MEC is playing along.
It's playing along.
Good morning, colleagues.
Morning, Chair.
We are starting with our public hearing, and I hope all of you have a copy of agenda in front of you, which its first item is opening. It will be distributed, but that's safe to say it is standard in each and every meeting or hearing that we will have an opening as the first item. As they are distributing, without any waste of time, let me declare the meeting officially open at, according to my watch, 5 to 11. And we want to apologize because our briefing session has extended beyond the scheduled time. And maybe in future, as we are doing these meetings, we just need to be realistic in terms of time, because in reality, 8 to 9 briefing is not sufficient where we have got three presentations. So I think it was not as a result of disrespect of the Department of COGHSTA MEC. It was that it overlapped, and because of the unrealistic time allocation. And I think in future it will be relooked at. Honorable MEC, Honorable by Scopa and your HOD and your entourage, honorable members of the committee of Scopa, the chairperson of the portfolio committee, staff members from the legislature, representative from the auditor general, representative from the provincial treasury in absentia. They've requested to attend some of the issues, but they will be back. All those who are watching from different media platforms, you are welcome to Limpopo Scopa public hearing. And the department that is appearing today is the Department of COGHSTA. And we are going to look at the financial reports for 2022-2023 and 2023-2024. And we want to say good morning to all of us who are inside this venue and those who are watching on different media platforms. We want to thank you, MEC, for accepting and honoring our invite to this public hearing. You know, as Scopa, we derived our mandate from Section 114, 2A and B of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which stipulates that a provincial government must provide for the mechanisms to ensure that all organs of the state are accountable to it and play an oversight over all the state institutions. It is for this reason that we are here as the committee, as Scopa, as the Department of COGHSTA, to account to the people of Limpopo on how we have spent their public funds. Scopa is also having a responsibility to track the resolution, the House resolutions, monitor their implementations, so that we don't leave issues hanging because they are no longer in the financial statement of a particular financial year. All this can be achieved through performance planning, monitoring and evaluation, which are critical elements for a capable, ethical and a developmental state. And this can further be achieved through strengthening the internal controls of the department. Our monitoring and evaluation section and or members or teams must make sure that things are in order so that we don't have issues that are raised every year from the AG's point of view that are recurring, and there seem not to be action taken against that. And as and when we strengthen the internal controls of the department, we must make sure that where there are deviations, consequence management are instituted. So there's still a challenge, and I've seen it coming to this, that compliance by officials is still a major challenge. Compliance with clearly stipulated legislation written in black and white. But people just decide to ignore that. Like I've been saying, if you don't comply, it's deliberate. You are doing it deliberately for your own interests. We don't know. But I think MEC, once that has been done, you must be able to establish through investigation why was this clearly indicated legislation deliberately not complied with. And we establish that interest, and we take consequence management, and we are able to recover the money, because the money belongs to the public. They deserve services, better services, and there's no way we can be able to achieve or to provide services if we keep officials that every time they deviate and end up causing the irregular expenditure and wasteful expenditure. So on that note, I just wanted to give some very few highlighters, but the main thing is that we have received your file, and I just want to check with you, MEC and HOD, if these files that we have received, are you aware of them? Are they from your office? Just to be sure.
Thanks, Chair. By Scopa Makamu, the MEC for COGHSTA, vote 11 for the provincial administration. Greetings to all the members. I hereby confirm that the file submitted for Department of COGHSTA, vote 11, is true, and what the executing authority as the MEC together with the accounting officer, we have signed off and submitted to this honorable oversight scope. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we want to appreciate, I think it's worth mentioning that we are seeing improvements in terms of the submission of files, especially on the technical part of it. This file is one of the files that are, they might not be 100%, but to a particular extent, they've been well arranged, and it was very easy to work with them, and it was very easy to prepare. So we want to applaud the department for taking such initiatives to ensure that the file is well prepared. So the other thing is that there's an item on introductions in our agenda, but I want to emphasize that during the session when we talk, every time you talk, you must introduce yourself for the record and for the benefit of members who are not in this house to know who is talking. They must not guess. So whether you're going to speak 10 or 15 times, it means you'll be introducing yourself 15 times. So we are going to go to the next agenda item, which is introductions. And we are going to start with members of Scopa to introduce themselves, starting with myself. My name is Esther Mukwele, the chairperson of Scopa.
Good morning, Honorable MEC, your team. My name is Shark Smaller. I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
Tabela chairperson, Tabela MEC, Tabela member Raja Scopa. Kali na kena Thabo Mawoja, then na kena wa Malelo wa standing committee sesa Scopa.
Member of this committee. Morning. My name is Honorable Nempomboloni Tambelini Colbert, member of Scopa.
My name is James Puro, chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on COGHSTA.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, MEC. My name is Asma Majuman. I'm the member of this board.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to the next introduction, 2.2, the staff legislation.
Thank you very much. My name is William Kari. I'm the committee coordinator for the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Pashadi Lakane. I'm the researcher for the committee.
Good morning. My name is Carol Sparrow.
Good morning, everyone. Tumele Mleje Elizabeth, the researcher for the committee.
Morning, Chairperson and our members. My name is Solomon from Communication Services.
Good morning. My name is Felicia. I'm the committee coordinator for the committee on COGHSTA. Morning, my name is Caitlin Makala from the Legal Services.
Yeah, those who are not having mics in front of them, can you assist them with the roving mic so that they are able to be audible? There must not be a stage where they hear Esther Mukwele as the chairperson or Honorable Mabuja, but others they just guess who is talking. So let's be consistent in terms of recording. Thank you very much. And members and colleagues, remember that when you talk, you must have a mic. We can hear you, but if you don't have a mic, it can be recorded. Are we done with the stuff? Thank you very much. If we are done, let's go to the Auditor General.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning. My name is Daniel Jami, the Engagement Manager on the Audit of COGHSTA from the AGC.
Good morning. My name is Collins Mangwale, Audit Manager from AGSA, Auditing COGHSTA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like I've indicated, all officials from the Treasury they requested to attend to other issues. Maybe we'll, as they come back, acknowledge them. MEC?
MEC Bioscope Makamu, the MEC responsible for corporate governance, human settlement and traditional affairs in the province. I'm here with the team, Honorable Chair. The team is dominated at the executive level by women, and the department is led by a woman, Dr. Malahlela. The HOD and accounting officer is the one next to me. The only man that is permanently appointed in the department is the CFO. Next to the HOD, it's Mr. Mkansi. We stole him from the office of the Premier who he was getting clean audit. We want them again. Next to him, it's Mayor Makam. And I should put a rider that there are no relations. It's a DDG responsible for human settlement, or what we call Integrated Sustainable Human Settlement, ISHS. Next to her, it's a permanently appointed DDG Corporate Services. It's Mehwasha. That Chairperson, now I go to Hollywood. We have got Mr. Mariba. It's a chief director in the municipal support, but now he's acting DDG for traditional affairs. It's a branch that was not there. It was established during the approval of organizational structure during the 6th administration. So that is Mr. Mariba. But the position has been advertised. We are in the process of filling it. Next to him is Mr. Mushala P. He's the acting DDG for corporate governance. Previously, we had COGHSTA as one branch, but now we have got corporate governance as a branch, traditional affairs as a branch. It's Mr. Mshala who is now the acting DDG for corporate governance. I'm not so sure who's coming next there. Oh, it's not. Then I will go behind. We have got, you will stand so that they can see you. Medikuta is our chief risk officer. Is the person that normally deal with all the work that we are coming here for. Sit down. We have got Mr. Dolo. Is our acting director for internal control. It's a position that I am thinking within some few days is going to be filled. He just joined the department last year. He's doing well, and I will speak to it when I come. Next to them is Mr. Malachi Kumucho. He's the director, technical services, legal services. You know, this committee is not an ordinary committee, Chairperson, so the errors we make, you must understand us. Here we have got Mr. Maswangani, who is the parliamentary liaison officer for the MEC. I think I have not left, but I saw there's Makungu behind me. He's not with us. I don't know who invited him. Or invited himself. Chair, there is one comment I want to make and take the advantage out of what you said in the opening remarks, that our file might be looking better, but I must acknowledge that sincerely apologize that there were some documents that we submitted which had some errors and we had to correct and sign, and that should not be left not being mentioned, and I appreciate that. It's our wish as the department that every time we finish the document, we should have seen everything else. I cannot lie to you that I will not even want to blame the officials. I sat with them in the preparation of the document and take the responsibility at that time. So that point, I should raise it so that it should be known that for you, or the committee has accepted that we correct and submit, resubmit. We appreciate the opportunity. But also because I must say it, I'm appearing before Scopa almost 6 years I've been the MEC. I must acknowledge and congratulate the members who are here, because the last time I came, it was different members, except that Honorable Smale was part of that. I also want to congratulate and commit the department that will always respect and take into serious cognizance the directives, and you will give this to us. We are not ticking a box that we did appear. You will see at the time we start to respond that definitely we are making strides to want to improve our accountability for handling public finance. So this opportunity, I'm using it as part of introducing the team that I brought, a capable team. The entire executive management of the department is here. We don't necessarily have anything that will say somebody is not here who should be able to be answerable for the activities of the department. Well, in full complement. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, on the file, indeed, it's our intention to assist every department. Hence, we are able to communicate. I'm aware that we communicated with you, and the reason why I'm uploading is that you did exactly what we advised you to do. Maybe because of the time available, some other departments were not likely to have time to, even when we raise issues, maybe to be able to correct. So there was that pressure of saying we need to submit to but it's our intention to ensure that when a file is submitted to us and we start with preparations, it must be in a way that it will be easy for us to prepare. Remember, these files, you can see the volume. We'll have to go through, for your information, we'll go through each and every page. So if things are not in order, it's going to be very difficult for us, and it's taking much of our time. So that is why we are always, other than being punitive, we are in a way to advise, to say correct here and there, and then where possible, some departments are able to correct in advice, but the others is unfortunate because we discover when we are just about to get into the public hearing, and that is why you see them going back. It is not that they've done something very different from others who were not turned back. It was because of time. I think I need to clarify this thing because others are just blowing it out of proportion and start to say this one was not turned or it has done. All of the department were able to advise. We are missing one, two, three. Can you include do this? But the only difference is with regard to timing. Others, we only realize in the afternoon when we are appearing in the morning. So, but we are appreciating that we were able to fix that. As we were introducing your team, I was like counting. I want us to check the domination of women, and I've seen 50-50. There's no domination. It's 50-50. And when you are getting into your executive meeting, because you are a man, then it's no longer 50-50 now because it will be more men than women. But what you are saying, I'm taking it in spirit to say that thing is in your thought. That what makes me better. To say the issue of you women dominating is in your thought, and we will see it very soon. But for now, it's safe to say it's 50-50. For record sake. Thank you very much. So on apologies from the committee, we have apology from Honorable Scopa, Honorable Mapolo, Honorable Mantata, and Honorable Maina. I'm not sure if there is another apology. I thought I heard you saying we are all full housing. So that's when the apology. The apology is from the members. Now, we go to item number 4, which is questions and responses. The approach is going to be like this. We have 2 financial years, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024. In some cases, questions are the same, and probably the answers are the same because some of the issues are carrying from previous years. So our approach will be, when you are asking questions, we'll ask questions based on the 2022-2023 question 1, for example, and also 2023-2024 at the same time, so that when you answer, you answer where possible. You may refer to us if there's something or a development in 2024 and 2023-2024 which was not mentioned in 2022-2023, you can indicate like that. But what will happen is that members will ask questions, you will be given chance to respond, and then after that, if there are follow-up questions, they will be allowed to ask follow-up questions from you, and please answer as much as honestly as possible. Because you should note that Scopa, like I've indicated, is mandated by the Constitution of South Africa. And as and when we give information, we must be mindful of the fact that we are giving that information under oath. So, and I've seen that we have elaborate in answering questions, but we still have some follow-up questions to ask where we need clarity, where we need development in terms of a particular aspect. So, one thing that we have not corrected MEC like we recommended is when we are looking at when you are answering question B, question 1B. Of course, question 1A, you're able to indicate financial year, for example, 2017-2018, number of resolutions 7, resolved 5, unresolved 2, and then unresolved matters, that is just general. But question 2 is able to assist this question. But the challenge is that you don't tell us what are the 2 resolutions, what number is the 2 resolution, for example, 2022. You're just saying, for example, the first one, fruitless expenditure, fruitless and wasteful. We should at least know that this is resolution 3, for example, of 2017-2018, so that we are able to trace it. Isn't it that Scopa must trace the resolutions? So we can't trace it if it is not correctly identified. So it is just about fruitless expenditure. So we would appreciate if we would have written the resolution number. Because the resolution number, it will not change. Even after 10 years, it will remain resolution 7 if it is not implemented, of 2017-2018. So it is easy to trace it even from the previous, that is one thing that I've seen from your answering, that they may give us difficulties in terms of tracing this resolution. But anyway, I'm going to ask honorable members to ask questions. Who's taking question 1?
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumuruni TC. Question 1 on the financial year ended on the 31st March 2023. Resolution status and stagnant in the audit outcomes. As teaching authority, the committee noted that the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs has not yet implemented all the House resolutions from 2014-2015 to 2020-2021 financial years. Further, that COGHSTA has been stagnant with unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis since 2017-2018 financial year to date. Provide the committee, that is A1A in page 1, provide the committee with the status on the implementation of the House resolutions. And then question 1B, Sorry for a little, there is so much response. Page 3. Yes. Page 3 at the top. Why did the department fail to implement all the house resolutions for all these years? And question 3 in page 10. Question 1C in page 10. Why is the Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs stagnant in the performance of the audit outcomes? Then question 1D in page 13. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the stagnant in the audit outcomes? Yeah, those are the questions for the year ended on the 31st March 2023. Now let's go to the second file. Question 1 on the year ended 31st March 2024. 1A, provide the committee with the status of implementing the House resolutions. And the 1B, the year ended 31/1/2024. Why did the member of the Executive Council, MEC, fail to implement all the House resolutions? Number C, 1C in page 10. Why is the department stagnant in audit outcomes? Page 14, question 1D. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the stagnant in the audit outcomes? Yeah, I think that is the last question. That is 1D for the year ended on the 31st March 2024. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Nampulun. Honorable MEC.
MEC Vice Cop Makamu, the MEC for COGHSTA. Thanks for the question, Honorable TC Nkumbulu. I will allow the HOD and the accounting officer of the Department of COGHSTA to respond to the question as posed by Honorable Member. If you allow Chair, the HOD and accounting officer. Over to you.
Thank you, MEC Mujaji Malahlela, HOD COGHSTA, and good morning to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of Scopa, colleagues from AGSA and all in the meeting. In terms of question 1, indeed, as a department, we acknowledge that we did not manage to resolve all the Scopa resolution. As to date, out of the 55 outstanding resolutions, we have been able to resolve 29, which equals to 52% of the outstanding resolutions, while we still have 26 resolutions that are outstanding. But we also want to mention that most of the resolutions are recurring, and once we have resolved them, it will then be cleared in the subsequent years. Some of these resolutions affect matters such as the acquisition of the land in Dubatse, the irregular expenditures that emanated from our multi-year contracts, stagnant audit outcomes, and significant uncertainties. We then outline a table that tabulates all the unresolved matters per financial year. And when you look at that table, we can then see most matters that are recurring, that once we have dealt with such matters, it will then clear a number of the resolutions that we still have outstanding. Some of the most significant ones in terms of that table, 14-15, we did manage to clear all our resolution. The one resolution that is still outstanding from 15-16, that is still outstanding to date, relates to the finding on the land acquisition in Tubatse, which finding and the unresolved matter subsequently led to a fruitless and wasteful expenditure in 2016-2017. So once we have, the matter has been finalized, it will then clear the resolution. The other ones relating to irregular expenditure also are recurring in a number of years, and once we have dealt with them in terms of the investigations and other processes we are embarking, we will then be able to resolve them. For the 18-19 also, we still have the stagnant in audit report, which finding is still with us now. As long as we are unqualified with matters of emphasis, we will then not be able to deal with that finding. From 2019-20, that's when our number also increased from the ones that are still recurring, the one that I have indicated, but also other new ones that also have been added. More significantly, significant uncertainties that continues, achievement of planned targets, the Talana and Tubatse housing projects, which was a new resolution, and the Marapong housing projects. Then when you go to the other years as well, the stagnant audit outcome continues, irregular expenditure, significant uncertainty, impairment of receivables. 21-22, then the new addition there is then the underspending of the conditional grant, and at the end of the table we then show that summary that I've started with at the beginning of the table. On B, why did the department fail to implement all the house resolutions for all these years? And we do note, and we will then improve that we will link the resolutions to the resolution numbers. The first one on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure on the acquisition of land in Tubatse for human settlement development, we have indicated on the table the interventions that we have made. Suffice to say that in terms of the investigation that was found, no official in COGHSTA was found having liable, and as a result, we will then await the special investigation unit, as this matter is now in the courts, for them to finalize the matter. We will then deal with that. But just also to indicate that we have also made significant progress to develop that land, so that though we are dealing with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the land is also fully utilized. And on the table, we have outlined the progress that we have made to develop that land so that the communities can benefit and that it can be used for the intention it was intended to. We have then also detailed all the issues in terms of our significant uncertainties as it relates to the litigation, and we will then be able to deal with any questions as they relate to this matter, just indicating on the measures that we have put in place to deal with that matter. On the VBS as well, the matter is with the courts now. We have outlined all that has happened and the recoveries that have been made by the municipalities, the details in the table, but we'll just await. If there's any indication from the courts on what the executing authority has to do in terms of the responsibility of the department, we will then be able to deal with that share. The other ones that we have detailed all the responses in that table, as per that table. Going to the question number C, on why is the department stagnant also.
It is indeed correct, Chair and members, that we have been stagnant on an unqualified audit opinion, and we have provided a table over the financial years where we have looked at what are the causes why we have been stagnant as a department. And in the main, we have outlined all the findings and the root causes, so that on the basis of the root causes, we then develop action plans to be able to address the issues as they relate to our audit findings and the reason we have been stagnant. We have been able to clear others, while others we are still busy in the process of dealing with them. But that table outlines all the findings. From page 30, on page 13, then we then talk to the measures that we have put in place to deal with the stagnant audit outcomes. But significantly to indicate, particularly on the measures to ensure that we improve in terms of the root causes. We had some challenges especially on the program on human settlements, on the indicators that were customized from national that we could not change. As a result, we had findings, but those indicators, after making the matter aware to the National Department of Human Settlement as a sector, the indicator has been revised, but we will only start using it as a sector, because it was not only affecting Limpopo in the entire country in the 25-26, which means in the current financial year we are still going to have to deal with that indicator. But we have also then outlined all the measures that we have put in place as it relates to that indicator. On the root causes, as the second root cause, on the material understatements also, we have indicated the measures, and we have seen an improvement in the previous audit cycle because of the measures that we have put. We have also worked on a strategy to address the unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure reduction strategies. For the first time that we have that strategy now, it will help us not only to stop the unwanted expenditure, but also to be able to address them on time. But also measures like the probity audits that we have introduced with effect from this financial year will then help us to address to pick up all the challenges before they even emanate. Chair, the other measure, which is a area which is a challenge, which we are still will continue to struggle with, is on the issues where bidders have not cleared or declared the members or family members employed in the state because of lack of mechanisms, because on the central supplier database, that information is not detected. We can only detect it once AGS detect, but then such service providers, we do open criminal cases for them not declaring correctly a thing that cannot be picked up during the audit. But we have also indicated supporting documents to that effect. Other additional measures that we also have put in place is the various standard operating procedures that we have put in place. We have the audit file plan now, which will also ensure that when we manage the audit issues around responsiveness, we are able to deal with it on time, Chair. Thank you very much. The same responses then are also in for the financial year 31st March 2024, because the information is up to date. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, HOD, for the response. And we are going to allow members to ask questions, follow-up questions if they have. But even before that, I just want to ask a question on the first matter of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure with regards to words. We're talking about forensic investigation, which was undertaken through the National Treasury. But we don't have an update. We know that there were cases opened, but as Scopa, we feel that we need more information investigation report. And our understanding is that if the investigation is done by the National Treasury, they will favor you with the report and the recommendations. Obviously, they are there. And we believe that it was only going to be fair that we would have shared those recommendations so that as Scopa, we are able to know the progress in terms of this issue. And we make a follow-up, or we be on the same par as the department in terms of the progress of the very same resolution. Because our posture is, we don't want to come next year as Scopa to find this resolution or any other resolution which was not implemented. It is our focus that the 7th administration, as we mandated, and the financial year 2024-2025, we must push all the outstanding resolutions to be resolved. If you look at this session, we are going to spend about 3 to 4 hours dealing with the previous resolution, when we would have been doing something very progressive. So we want to fast track the resolutions, implementations, and we can do that when we get sufficient information or reports so that we are able to trace or to track progress at whatever level. We should even go to the subs and to look at this case and check how far are you, why is it not convenient? Because we want to assist the department to ensure that this matter is brought to finality. But the other issue is the issue of the housing development plan. When I was going through the whole document, wherever it is mentioned, it's either there is a regular expenditure, there is a fruitless and wasteful. But I was shocked when I came to the SOPs in one of the annexures, where you were talking about measures that you can take to improve. I forgot the annexure, but as we continue, we're going to see it. And on number 6.4, you are indicating that you are still going to work with these agents. Well, every time there is an irregularity or irregular expenditure, there is always this agency is there, has played a role. And there is nothing. Maybe I don't understand how the agencies are working, but there is no anything that where you are indicating that because of the agency is failing the department, is causing us to have irregular expenditures and fruitless. We have this position. What you are doing, we are saying, just say, on 6.4 on the standard operating procedures, you affirm the cooperation that you're still going to have with this thing. And it's worrying because if you check all this thing, MBC, you see, whenever there is an irregularity, housing agencies there. So maybe let me give other members a chance to ask questions. Honorable Mabuja, Honorable Small, Honorable Machete, and Honorable Mpulune, and the chairperson. In that order.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's Mabuja Thabo, member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, greetings to the MEC. Chair, as I have been reading through this document, you can see that the department has got a plan. Has got a plan to achieve the clean audit that, as this panel, we want to see the department achieving that clean audit. However, there are some few setbacks that the department is currently experiencing, as indicated by the AG. MEC, we had a session with the AG, and the AG briefed us that the signs are there that you guys can, the department can get the clean audit. However, there are inadequate monitoring and evaluation controls, as well as adherence to internal policies, policies. And then the other issue that they raised was that most of your projects are often encountered with unnecessary delays. And these are some of the issues that are preventing you from getting this clean audit, because we want, as this committee, it is our plan that by the end of our term, at least most departments, more especially this one, because this one deals directly with the people who voted for us. It must be in a good, it must find itself getting a very proper audit finding. Chair, on the towards issue, I think I must just appreciate, because it's something that we have not been getting from other departments. At least in this department, there's an update from SAPS. Well, SAU SAPS, I think, is just one thing. There's an update, there's a case number. If we want to do our follow-up, we can easily go there and make the necessary follow-ups. So it's something that we have not been getting from other departments, and as well as the progress that is currently unfolding in terms of the development of that particular land, because there's public money that has been utilized to secure that land. So we are glad that that land is not just lying there and nothing is happening. But you know, when it comes to litigation, that is one matter that is very close to my heart. There are a number of cases currently in the department. I think there are 347 in total. So I don't want to get to the merits and demerits of the case. That's for you to deal with them. But given my experience in this 7th administration, and even prior to the 7th administration, I've come to realize that most departments end up fighting with sheriffs, because sheriffs have to do their job. When the department doesn't pay, the sheriff will come and attach. And as a result, that is embarrassing us as members of the 7th administration. We know there are many reasons that you'll advance, but one thing that I would like to probe is on your relationship with the state attorney. I know of certain instances whereby the some departments will just get default judgments, and some offices of the state attorney are not fully capacitated. So, as a result, since you're a serious litigant, I want to check with you, MEC, that should you be disappointed, or should you be disappointed, are there other plans that you have to ensure that in a case whereby the state attorney is unable to defend your matter to the latter, do you have plans of ensuring that you can be able to circumvent that unfortunate reality? Chair, I'm going to move very fast. The other issues on this thing of bidders not declaring their relations. Chair, we are in a 4th industrial revolution. Let us not wait for the AG to pick up certain things, whereas we can do our own checks within the department. Go and check what others are doing. There's technology. We don't have to rely on human capital. Let's invest in technology so that it can assist us to pick up the small things that are affecting the stagnation of your audit finding. On my last two ones, it's on Marapo. I've already spoken about the issue of delayed projects. There is a commitment from your report that the Marapong project will be complete by April 2025. So please, MEC, we don't want stories. We don't want to sit with you here again next year and you are still explaining Marapong. Let this project be done. The people of Marapong want to occupy those CRUs. And then lastly on Talana and HDA, Chair touched the issue of HDA. You know, there was this brewer in the video that the department, Talana, MEC, what, only to find that the department is not involved, it's implementing agent. And Chair, I think we are having, as this committee, we are having a problem with implementing agents, but then it's not up to us to decide for departments. But we would like to request you to evaluate your relationships with this implementing agents. Because when things go wrong, it is you who's going to account to us, and it's not going to be nice. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Usman.
Yeah, Chairperson, just thank you. And Honorable MEC, when I do read the SIU report of the Tubatse issue, but it makes a reference to disciplinary cases that has taken place within on their comments. I just would like to get to that page. Shows. Just had it now. It's on the second page. It says that they're asking for all the information to be transferred, and it's the letter dated on the 24th. And much appreciation for the SIU report, Honourable MEC. You are the first department that that has given the SIU. But it indicates that part of it that action has been taken through a DC process within the department. And I want to read that to you. And there are comments made that there was no one to be held accountable within Limpopo province. And it's just after the roles of the task team, I'll get to that. It is their page 2, it's the document just after the task team document that's in the files, it's that one. The one on the 24th of 2024. And on the first page, the second last paragraph, it says, it has also been gathered that the department instituted disciplinary proceedings against the implicated officials and referred the matter to DPCI. Now, what I've been hearing, and I read that, it doesn't make sense, Honourable MEC. And then I would ask, has there been any CRO investigations from within your Chief Risk Officer? The legal team is here, that speaks to that, and maybe you can confirm that there is something, because if that is the statement, and I've heard MEC sitting on your side, your predecessor and others, that has said something else, and other officials, I would now be, it opens a can of worms, and hopefully you can maybe put that can of worms, or deal with that can of worms on one side. Your terms of reference on your land task team, Treasury signed off on the payment of the land, but one of the issues that you do not have in-house is the capability to evaluate land, to determine the value of land. That type of expertise maybe lies with public works, or it lies somewhere else. In this instance, MEC, did we refer the issue to public works to determine if that is the value? And if we did not do that, and the SIU investigations and the AG indicates the overpayment. I can argue that from a management point of view, from a monitoring point of view, you do have some sort of accountability. It's the same that when you've got implementing agents that are acting on your behalf and you do not sit on that committee and they do not follow supply chain management processes, you have got a responsibility that your implementing agent follow due process and follow regulations and follow the various acts that bind them. That argument will come into that space. So when we talk about accountability, I want to believe that A, there is accountability if we did not ask Public Works. If Public Works did what it had to do and gave you the go-ahead, I would argue that you are in all clear, MEC. But if you did not proceed that way, then I would argue the other way. And maybe in your response you can maybe just touch on that process. I would appreciate that. Your terms of reference of the land task team, and I was reading some of that because I take it that is the reference or the issue that you utilize to buy land or acquire land across Limpopo province. Is this an official document that is, say, gazetted, published formally in such a way, or is this just an internal memo just to assist the organization? I'm just trying to understand where it lies, Chairperson. Let me just go on to some of the others. Your VBS issue. On your VBS recommendations, MEC, and from the outcomes of the VBS, and that is you, together with Treasury, stating went to municipalities and said the following, that you must do a cash flow assessment at the municipalities, that you must develop a recovery cost plan, and I'm now talking relating to the 1.1 billion rand now officially lost. Leave the 7 cents per 100 rand that came back, deduct all of those, at the end we 1.1 billion rand in the red. And those, and make sure that there are settlement agreements that are in place. Those were the 3 dots that is part of the report here on the BBS matter, and that talks to, that is on the expenditure. I just want to get, I didn't write the annex down. Sorry, Chairperson. Okay, that is annex C 1B. And 1B page 3 talks to the page 4, sorry, page 4 talks to the adoption of those financial recovery plans. So MEC, my direct question then will be, has those plans been adopted? And now I'm thinking what we did under section 100 when we had a massive overdraft that we had to deal with, and it wasn't condoned without funding, it was condoned with funding, meaning that the municipalities has now got to, meaning the institution had to find the financial muscle to deal with the losses that was incurred. So in each of these cases, in those municipalities, was it condoned with, is it condoned with funding or without funding? Because if I look at the development and adoption of the financial recovery plan, it then requires that it's condoned without funding. It means that they've got to recoup those lost funds in one way or another, and now I'm asking myself, are those plans on? Is it being monitored? We've got a DDG here that's monitoring municipality and giving support. So how are we doing from a monitoring perspective? Are we starting to recoup some of those, are we bringing those balances down or not, that 1.1 billion across the board? And if not, then my question will be why not? And if it is still in the process of implementing, when will that be implemented? When are we going to see that on the financials? When are we going to see that on the process? On the same matter, Honourable MEC, the strong action taken against certain CFOs and certain MXCs and even the SIU arresting individuals, and I applaud the action taken by the department. But what I do not applaud is the 3 golden handshakes that was awarded out for people to leave, where other people had to face the full consequences. And the golden handshakes in the municipalities was Elias Mutsuledi, and I don't know what that settlement is. And there were other 2. There was another municipality. So I would ask you, what were those golden handshakes, and did you have to sign off on those golden handshakes, Honourable MEC? And would you argue we have taken action against HOD that was from one department, went to the office of the Premier, was moved to the office of the Premier, and the executing authority of that department wrote to the Premier's office and said, these are the 4 following things that the HOD did not do, and these are the, and we recommend that you look into the disciplinary cases of that and act against it. Would you not argue that where a municipality and the CFO signed off, the municipality lost money? I'm making reference to Makara municipality here, and the municipality is moved, and the CFO went to apply for a position at Greater Letaba municipality. Would you not argue, Honourable MEC, from a point of principle and ethical behaviour, that either your office or the office of Makara municipality should have written to that MM and said, here are the cases before that, and therefore you need to take action? Because it speaks to when we appoint CFO matters and people ask for concurrence, only to find out that that CFO needs to, a month or 2 months later, start defending him or herself in court. Why? Finds himself in court because of the maladministration that has taken place. And that maladministration is not a questionable one. It is an investigation that was launched by Provincial Treasury, launched by your department, moved over to SIU, and already strong action being taken. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here, Honourable MC? And as the 7th administration, when people, we've got this tendency that we don't, when the water's too hot, people look for a different position in somewhere else in government just to avoid disciplinary cases. And I do think that there's ownership as the so-called godfather over municipalities even if they've got their own mandate and they're instituted, that you do remind them about some of those internal processes that needs to be followed. Just your viewpoint on that, Chairperson. I'm not going to prolong the discussion. I will leave some to the others on that. But my appreciation for, really my appreciation, you are the first department to putting SAU reports here. But when you read the reports in between some of the lines of the SAU, it doesn't correlate with some of the information that we're getting, maybe sometimes not from yourself, but maybe from other people that also sit at that bench that comes here. I just want to highlight some of the perceptions that might have been created. Thank you, Honourable. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Smal. Honourable who was first? Yeah.
No, thanks, Chair. A charter-based member of this committee. The AG identified weaknesses in relation to your target achieved and budget spent. That do not necessarily correlate. I would need clarity to that effect. Because 55% achieved, budget spent 98. So does not correlate well. We should be able to be given that clarity. Secondly, it will be on the issue of the same, but on program 3, in relation to the same matter, but just to ask a question as to whether there was any other form of action that was taken to deal with that correlation. Because if you say, even under program 3, that you achieved 96%, you spend 98%, you still have that mismatch in terms of the two, and therefore that requires a clarity so that we are able to understand and the public is able to also take into consideration what is happening. But of course, the other issue would relate to compliance. And I think on material finding, one would then say that what remediation has been taken to ensure that some of the things as mentioned here have been dealt with as identified in your program 2. The last would then be on the AG, perhaps on the issue relating to your commitment by the executive authority. There's now the executive authority. There are commitments. But can we get a sense that will not come in the subsequent financial year and still deal with the commitment by the executive authority? Because we take it that once such commitments are made, in the subsequent financial year, they should have been dealt with. But it seems as if there are legacy issues which we may not necessarily put only at the door of the department, that are generic, which perhaps even at the level of your executive council, that matter of legacy issues needs to be dealt with, because it does not necessarily help all of us. Because instead of focusing, being specific to this financial year, for instance, we are then be seen to be focused on the previous matters. And that does not necessarily assist, because in that process, as and when you are dealing with those matters, you are then defocused to be focused on the current matters, and it continues to be like that. And I don't think that is the way that all of us would want to run government. And for that reason, a submission be made that perhaps we are able to then look at that and be able to ensure that we are able to finalize on that. But again, on your question 1B, there are 7 unresolved issues. But there is progress attached. And therefore the question that arises is, to what extent is the department doing to ensure that these unresolved issues on question 1B will then be dealt with, at least will then have space in terms of how we're going forward? Because in my view, this is critical in terms of the departmental function. And I understand the progress is made, but I would just want to check on a few things. For instance, on the issue of the VBS matter. The progress has been given. But what do you mean when you say that the matter is being completed? At which stage shall we say that this matter is closed? Because here it makes reference that the matter is respectively being completed. And therefore, these are some of the things that I think one will cite one as an example, considering that other matters have been raised in relation to Marapon and all of that. And I would want to take more time, as the chairs raised some of the aspects in relation to these matters. That to what extent can we get a guarantee, even if we may not be able to reach that level, but at least the bulk of the issues that have been raised on question 1B, if attended, we know that at least the department will be able to take us some. Thanks very much, MEC.
Honorable Nempumbuluni. Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumbuluni TC. Yeah, the first question already partly covered on the Marapong housing projects. But let me also mention it that indeed we are given assurance that in April 2025 this project will be fully completed. But now, on the very same projects, I'm now coming to the consequence management. The chief director has been subjected to a formal disciplinary inquiry in 2023 and found guilty of the charges and was given a sanction of 1 month salary. That is on the consequence management. And my billion-worth question is, do the consequence management is applied for compliance or for formality, or the misconduct, or the misconduct done is equivalent to the disciplinary handed to those culprits? In some instances, we have seen people being dismissed, some written final warnings, and so on. So do you have a category so that we must not be selective in terms of applying the consequence management? for you is, I mean, the consequence management is equivalent to the misconduct. And also on in that year, in 2019-2022, I'm disappointed that 10 resolutions are there. None of the resolutions have been resolved. Also on the underspending of the conditional grant, we understand that indeed there are some implementing agencies or some of the departments linked to that. But what I just want to know is that while the Department of Public Works is responsible for the buildings and other things, the acquisition of land for most of the projects seems to be difficult for the department to do it speedily. There is also acquisition of land for Musina and Makado Special Economic Zone. Whether the department is directly responsible or not, or is the Department of Public Works, or is your department. You form the task team there to acquire land and so on. And I think it's a very good move. Is the appointment of that task team working positively in terms of rightfully acquire a land for the projects? And on the Auditor General report in page 12 on the irregular expenditure, the Auditor General found that the main contributors for this irregular expenditure, which also entails billions of rands, is functionality criteria, bid not evaluated in line with terms of reference. The BAC undertook business without a quorum present. Winning bidders unfairly passed the administrative compliance and the bid conditions requirements. Bidders not evaluated properly on functionality and so on, which is a very serious problem. But we are happy that you indicated that some of the posts are being filled. But I just want to know, MEC, on the risk and the anti-fraud sections, whether you have filled or you are going to fill them, so that this misconduct of the people for the past years when they are working on the supply chain management, and still we found that there are bids which are not evaluated according to the terms of reference. I really don't understand. It cannot be fair for me and for any other people, for people appointed with the relevant qualifications, and unable to execute a very simple item, as easy as ABC. So I think some people have to be taken into task here, that if maybe cases are open against individuals who intentionally commit that, but I just want to know on the risk and anti-fraud sections. And the other one, I think is the last one, is on the cases which Mavuta has indicated on the traditional leaders. The department said it's ready to go to court. Ready to go to court. Not yet at the court, but ready now to go to court. And I'm happy about the appointment of, is it Mariva, who is going to head that section. Because seemingly there are on the traditional matters, some of the headmen or the claims as indicated there, some are legitimate, some are not legitimate, but if you have a directorate dealing with that, I think it's going to assist the province, because year in, year out, we had disputes from headmen, from traditional what, and so on. So I think the department must come with the strategy and the mechanisms in order to reduce these cases. And the way in may be to have a procedure of installing the headman and so on. Because some of the unsold, unprocedural or illegitimate, it end up to have more cases like this one. So let's have the standard procedure as indicated there, which is working and implementable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Spuru, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mine is a corollary question to the one as posed by the chairperson on the HDA. The establishment of the land trustee is a step in the right direction. So the question is the department no longer having a working relationship with the HDA? And if the answer is in the negative, why engage the services of an institution that is stifling progress in the department, that is making you not to progress? That is the long and short of it.
Thank you. Maybe not responding to your question, but I want to confirm that in the standard operating procedure 6.4, item 6.4, they indicate that they must continue to engage housing development agents. So it means the department is still prepared to work with the agency despite all these delays, all these irregular expenditures and all these wasteful expenditures that the agency is creating through the department. And today the department is here accounting, but the agency is not here. And most of the mess is being done at that particular level. That is our concern in missing. To say, at least look at that agency. How is it assisting the department? If you analyze throughout the report, there's no assistance that is brought to you. So maybe if I have to come back again, because I just left many questions, I thought they would be covered by members as and when they were asking. I think on the issue of BBS, it was sufficiently done. But on resolution 2, I just named it 2 because it's the second one in terms of sequence. The one on significant uncertainty, which is dealing with the royal claims and all those things. You are indicating that you have done the assessment and you're able to get whether they are legitimate or illegitimate. But going down that statement, you are saying you are prepared to go to court. So it means you are not in court yet, you are still going to court. But question is that which test did you use to test the legitimacy and the legitimacy of all these claimants? That is what I wanted to know, because you are still going to court, because the very same tests, even if it is not there or there, has enabled you to categorize those different mashade into the different category as indicated in the annexure. The other thing on the stagnation, you said you have developed a clean audit strategic plan. but it's not attached, because we would appreciate to say, if you've got a strategy, we be favored with the strategy, so that we also have confidence that indeed there's something that is happening. But furthermore, you are also saying you have established the annual financial statement committee, and those members, what are their skills? Do they have special skills within the department, or are they outsourced? And up to this far, did they show any aspect of improvement in terms of trying to deal with the audit outcome? That's the question. And then on page 8, where you are talking about the first paragraph, you're talking about the Office of the Premier has also been supporting the department on some investigations. Which investigations have the office assisted you with? Where are the reports of those investigations? And lastly, on Talane and Tubas, there's an indication that the matter has been investigated somewhere, but the finding is that there is no wrongdoing found in the department. And that is the question that maybe we can relate it to the housing development agents. To say, MEC, if the investigation does not point the department, then it's fine, we are leaving it, even though there is something very wrong with Talane, and we all know that. So because a department has been cleared, so the department will no longer follow up this thing, so that whoever, even if it is outside the department, must take responsibility. So that is what I wanted to add on the questions. Yeah, you can respond.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, and all members, and the questions that have been raised. Like I said at the beginning, that I have brought the full complement of the executive management. They will assist me. I will take the simpler questions. They are capable of dealing with the most complicated ones which have been raised. The first one that I want to, and I will take time, Honorable Chair, is the Tubas land matter. And the members will know that each and every year from that 16 financial year until to date, it remains a resolution of the House, and it makes it difficult. Even you look at the value of the fruitless expenditure, which amounted to 108 million alone. So there is no single executive authority which will not give that a priority, because definitely for it to be remaining in our books, it's a problem. Hence, Honorable Chair, you even see that a deliberate action in trying to make sure that the land, as Honorable Mabuja raised, does not remain fallow like that and become one day invaded by other people and take it without using it in terms of the plan. Hence, there are phases which we are implementing there to make sure that we help towards the Fitahom local municipality to finally proceed with the human settlement that it was intended to. But of course, some of the things, Honorable Chair, will not necessarily be mentioned if they are not necessarily, like Honorable Machete said, changing the situation of the progress. For an example, I personally met with the head of the Hawks in the province and want to be updated about the matter. And the answer I will sometimes get is that some of the information is classified for the purposes of the work they are doing. But I think the issue that has delayed the progress, and I will not want to venture what could be the cause, is the changing of the staff complement that we're dealing with the case. When they move this way, they change the team. As I speak, even the head of Hawks in the province has been changed. So you will have to start afresh with somebody who is there, get a file, they do their handovers. But I also want to go further. And I think the HOD and accounting officer will deal with this part of officials that we are saying in our report, which seem to be contradicting a report of the SIU, which I don't think as the department we have got powers to correct it, because it's a state body that does not report to us. But the fact of the matter is that the investigation, not necessarily the SIU report, proved that definitely the powers in terms of the law, and I think HOD must get into it, that the acquisition of land in the Republic, it's assigned to the HDA as an agency of a national department. I think you know it's not our agency here, it's an agency of the human settlement nationally. So when they deal with such, it's a mandate that they derive from the human settlement nationally. And even if we want to do ourselves, and I will still answer, and all members, I think that you touched this question, but I will want to generally take it. What is the role of this task team that we have established? Treasury, Public Works, and COGHSTA. HDA is included. And Honorable Smale says, was in this case of Tuvat, this task team was involved. The answer is no. It was not there at that particular time. And AG is sitting here. They will know we bought some land or small portions of land after. And they have not picked an issue by now. It's mainly because that task team working with us, it's making improvement and curb what has transpired. I can even mention, Honorable Chair, and I think Honorable Pumbululu might have get it somehow. We intended to purchase a land for Musina Makado, but that process could not conclude because of getting these discrepancies through this task team that we have put. And I can tell that this task team is working for us, because now Public Works, unlike before Treasury where we make payment without, when HDA come to COGHSTA, we have assessed, Treasury will come to make payment. Nobody will check the work which will have been done by HDA. Currently, HDA will do their work. They bring us, we take the task team, Public Works go and assess, and they find a different value on the land. Then we can't proceed if they can't agree to it, mainly because it can cause another problem. So that team, I can tell it's working. But I must say that where it is, as the department, and that's what Honorable Machete raised, which I may not necessarily at what point will, is the progress that is made by this law enforcement agency, which you will know that the moment the executing authority start to push them, it will mean like some of the things you know you want to push for other people, you should give them a space to operate and do their work and allow them. But our intention was that the processes were said to be fine, but they said to me when I meet them, we want to see how the money could have flown from one point to another. And that is the criminal activity that we want to deal with. Hence, it is with the police. And that space, Honorable Chair, we can't be able to venture into, will be called interference. And I think we are so worried, and I think executive management is aware that the reason, and I repeat this, why we continue to want to develop the land is that if the fruitless expenditure is at 108, and we are sitting, all of us in the provincial administration, the land is just lying like that, it's not being used. The value, if the value of land is increasing, the AG may even come at the later stage to say, but even now, the land could have increased. This is how the fruitless expenditure is. So I'm saying, on that matter, we are doing everything in our power, and we want to resolve that issue as early as yesterday. But it's not only dependent on us only, but we should be able to get the help from the other team. The other issue I want to, and which I think is also simple, is the issue of our relationship with the HDA, and you were passionate, Chair. And if I were to give the genesis, I arrived in this portfolio in 2019. HDA was even allocated to build houses, to build military veterans, number of projects. And when I asked, because there were challenges, I was told that HDA is an effective and efficient agency in delivering this. At the time, for the purpose of this recording, the minister was Minister Lindy Wesisu. I had to raise it that it might be effective and efficient, but not in my province. From where I sit at the time, the department was even performing better than HDA. To an extent that continuing with them will be getting more problems. Today, Honorable Chair, the project that HDA is having with COGHSTA are very minimal. We have reduced, and we could not do it. Just wake up in the morning and say we are cutting relationship, as if you are saying to somebody, today I have seen somebody better, I no longer want you. We could not do that. We had to put in a process that the department may not necessarily find itself failing to implement projects, because they had projects which were running, some of them to take them without. And for an example, we are saying Marapong, we are going to complete it in April, and I stand by those words. HDA was the one who was implementing Marapong. Honorable Chair, we have taken them out of that project. They are no longer anywhere to the project. Hence, we can stand here and without consulting somebody who is not in HESA Towers. When are we going to hand over? All the directors who are working on the project are the ones who are working. So we have reduced. Maybe the HOD will tell you which projects are left, but the land one remains. But there is another project which I remember from my head, which they are busy with, and they have executed it correctly. We should not say all bad things every time. Is the removal of asbestos here in Seshego. We are one of the provinces amongst the 9 provinces having implemented that project successfully. I don't want to mention other provinces which had more problems about it. And the HDA, together with us, implemented that project on time, for that matter. So our relationship, I should say it's coming to have that they do exactly what they can be able to do, which we can't have expertise inside the department. But where we have capacity, we have already started to remove them in the department. So the relationship with the HDA, honorable members, are now curtailed to the bone. That it's only on land, it's about asbestos. For, if I remember, it's implementation of one project in Lipalale wastewater treatment plant. There are not many projects like it to have. We even took the implementation of military veterans, because we started to do well as a department, and we thought they would do well, but we even performed better than them. We have withdrawn such things. The other issue, I think it's simple, I should deal with it, is this issue of litigation. I may not answer Honorable Mabuja, our relationship with state attorney. I don't get involved in that space. Maybe the HOD and the team will be. But I want to come to one thing. 347 cases. We don't initiate a court case even if when we say we are ready to go to court. You know, the MEC has got a problem every time, Chairperson, when I hear that we have lost one coach where there was stability. When I must get involved, I know now I have opened one problem that is coming because the succession will be challenged. So, to me, when a coach passes on, I know that now I must be prepared with legal people that will help. Because the problem will start with the family. Either two groups, but the one who was sitting here was not the rightful one. Nobody raised it when the person was running. But once that person is gone, the other one will come and say, this is the wrong house. You know, in some instances, when I get the court orders, because even public will quickly share with me more than the team. When I share with the HOD, I share with the legal division. They will say, hey, but we are worried there was stability in this Mushate. Now these ones are going to court and all those things. So I'm trying to say 90% of the cases that we have, we are being dragged to go and defend our decision, which will have been informed by the family. By the way, the simple English says, the family or the royal family appoints, and we recognize what the family has. So, at what point do we go to court? We go to court when we are defending our recognition, which was informed by the family, which one group was not necessarily. But I can tell, we are trying our level best, and the appointment of him acting, I can confirm, even stole somebody now from National. It's a homegrown person, is doing very fine. I think we are going to push and make strides. Certain Mr. Mashishi as the chief director, who every time a case comes, he starts by trying to reconcile the groupings, which sometimes is not easy. But we have started with a mechanism of trying to first reconcile. I understand the interest Honorable Mabucha has on the matter because it's a legal matter and it's a legal person. I have already requested the HOD to prepare, because when I met with the audit committee, amongst all the areas they are worried about is this legal matter. So I've got a date with the audit committee also to focus how can we be assisted, because most of these cases are not with us and they are lying there some other time for long. And we can't go out because we play the role as the MEC on behalf of the Premier, even if we don't have an issue. I want to give an example of one case. The coach is there, staying, is running with us. One family, after 4 or 5 years, start to challenge to say, this is not the rightful coach. Start now. We go to court and say, this is the battle between the family. We will abide by the outcomes. That's what we will say as the department. We go to court. The one that is sitting loses. Then they say, as a part of court order, the Premier must establish, in terms of section 59, and look at who is the rightful person. Somebody we were staying with for almost 5-10 years was there. So we have to start to look for money, do that. And it's very difficult for us if you look at the amount of money we require for the litigation around that area. So we are busy with it, and we hope the counsel we are going to get from this oversight committee, the audit committee, the portfolio committee, they raise it with us. We try to implement those for them to. They will deal with the performance information targets, Honorable Machete. Consequence management, whether it's equivalent to the sin that has been committed, most especially on the issue of Marapon. You may find that we have lost, as a department, 6 million standing time that could be paid on the basis of the contract that we entered with. And somebody will have done that. So if you were to say it's equivalent, maybe the consequence management will come and say we recover 6 million from this official, a chief director. Whether that will be called equivalent or not, it's something else. But first and foremost, the merits of the case, his actions, which the presiding officers will work on that, will be the one that will guide us. And that process, we will want to say, we are taking a decision to charge an official to go through a disciplinary. What we want as a department is that the discipline should be free and fair, and that member. And I may have the same feeling with you, that maybe it should have been 12 months. But when a person is found guilty, show remorse, mitigate, show good things that maybe previously has done in the department, then the outcome of that, it's like when you have killed, who can kill people, go to court, don't come back with the same sentence, mainly because of her. So we are worried about officials who are not necessarily doing, but we think this process, also disciplinary process or consequence management, should be corrective in nature. And the official should be understanding that I have erred, I found guilty, this is how I've gone. Then next time we will be able to retrieve that you also had this challenge that is there. So I may not want to say I'm happy. I don't think it's for me at this level to come and pronounce my feeling on the matter, but the process in the department produced that outcome. Underspending of the department, more especially Program 2. I'm glad to pronounce here, honorable members, that the department, Honorable Smale, there has been underspending. But since Honorable Chairperson Sipuru has been in that portfolio, we are the department that we are getting additional allocation on the basis of our performance, more especially on the most important Human Settlement Development Grant, the one for RDPs. Last year, we got additional 250 million. Just recently, honorable members, yesterday or so, we got a letter that we are going to get additional 250 million. So in 2 years, we got $500 million to the province in terms of how we are performing. There is no longer underspending in the grant. We have got one grant, if you check our documents, which is not doing well. It's about the issue of title deeds. Yeah. I have already instructed the team that I will want to have a session blocked for every whole day. We go to the bottom of the challenge why we are not spending on title deeds. Our people want to own properties, and it's a serious issue on us. I don't want even you to raise it. We are aware that we are not doing well. But the other grants, Honorable Chairperson, you can be assured that the department is doing so. We have improved. We are not saying so well because we are still staying on a stagnant. But I want also AG to confirm, they might have said that some of the issues on the financial statements we are improving in the sense that material misstatements now, we're starting to deal with that part. We are not having them like it was before. So we are going somewhere, and we agree with Honorable Mabucha to say we are a candidate for a clean audit. At least AG is here, it's hearing that everybody think we are a candidate. Not that they will relax their measures. But we are doing everything, that's why I'm saying I have a meeting with the audit committee to want to get into the bottom of how we resolve some of the things. Chair, these are the ones that I think they are simple. And the last one I may take is what you mentioned. I don't know why our strategy audit we could not explain to it. I said they have presented to me what we need to do. Some of the issues, it's what Honorable Limpumbulule have raised about appointing staff in position. We are now prioritizing finance to appoint people with skills. That's why I even said the position of internal control director, within some few days will be filled. Mr. Dolo was not there, he came last year. We are trying to revamp all the positions, even in internal control, to make sure that we have got people who can assist us. I sometimes, I must tell, have a session with him outside the executive, because he must be helping me to hold them accountable, so that he becomes free and raise where are the areas where the executive may not necessarily be frank enough with me what needs to be done, so that we can be able. So even the MEC wants to be known to have reached a clean audit in this department, because it's not far, but we need to do more on the matter, and I think we'll take what you have said. Talani, it's one issue which I will die with it in my, every time people saw me, and I must share this experience, Honorable Chair. One day I was sitting watching TV with the family, so that came, so I was sitting there with my children. So they see me talking that the Sanko at the time, Honorable my Chair, was saying the MEC must be removed. So I was wearing a mask in that picture. So my children look at me that when they are saying that. So one of the youngest said, but what did you do with Talani? Because every time they talk about this, they show me. So I'm attached to Talani. But the fact is exactly what honorable members have said here. It was implemented by HDA. Quality was a challenge. And I think in our records, Honorable Chair, we are showing that we did not even pay after we got these reports. HDA had to pay, but what I questioned the HDA myself, where did you get the money? Because we did not transfer money for you to pay for this. But they also say to me, MEC, can you go to Talani today? People are still using those issues. But I think if you are interested, because you are playing oversight, we have advertised in the last bulletin to do what Talani means to COGHSTA. We are going to appoint a contractor. We have done feasibility study, we have done documentation. We want to build a CRU in Talani so that we deal with the informal settlement which is there. So we are resolving Talani, even not with those Mkuku, because that was not necessarily the intended resolution of the problem. That was decongesting 40 sites. If you go to Bakersford, where we're supposed to do the remaining, we have already built RDP houses, Honorable Chair. Because if you remember Talani as it was supposed to be 40 in Talani and about 59 in Bakersford. Now in Bakersford, we did not even start with those Mkuku things. We have just gone to build a permanent structures, and they are there for everybody to see. So we no longer want to see that Talani matter, but we are also saying people were arrested who were in the HDA. It did not even affect any official. That's why I agree with you. The relationship we have with HDA needs to be reviewed, and we are busy dealing with it in a manner that will not collapse some programs or projects in the department. Let me allow the HOD to deal with the most difficult one, where she will think CFO and any other person will come in. Through you, Chair, she will be allowed, but that's how I can say. Thanks very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Mujaji Malahlela, HOD COGHSTA. I will then start with the question raised by Honorable Machete, because MEC has dealt with the other issues regarding the imbalance or disjuncture between the amount spent and the targets achieved, particularly when you look at integrated and sustainable human settlement program. We have two main grants in that program, the Human Settlement Development Grant and the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant. Now, the grants in terms of the HSD, the housing units, we are doing very well. We have picked up well, and hence the additional resources that we are also getting as a province. Informal settlement upgrading partnership grant also, we have significantly recovered. If you look at the amount we had underspent with in the past 2 financial years, last year it was only around 59 million, which was the money we had meant for the land that we could not acquire due to the discrepancy that MEC spoke about regarding the valuation amount as obtained by the valuers from AGA and what our internal processes as a province found. The programs that we did not do well, and that is what we are working hard on to make sure that even on those targets, we actually perform, are targets that do not necessarily carry a lot of financial value if you're looking at the rents and cents. The first one would be in the title deeds, and MEC has spoken to what we are doing to make sure that we deal with those. If you, even in the report, we have indicated what the main challenges was. Is still a challenge around the title deeds in terms of the township proclamation and all the measures we have put in place and the projects we are undertaking to finalize township establishment processes to proclamation so that we can issue title deeds. Other programs like accreditation of municipalities, where we were to do training to support municipalities that we are accrediting, they do not carry a lot of financial value, hence that disjuncture. But we have noted that, and one of the measures that we have put in place is that all the programs that have not been doing very well in terms of the other targets we have worked on recovery plans, and we are making sure that we have that balance because indeed it gets worrying when our financial expenditure is high and our when we look at our targets, we are still low. But in the main, we have isolated all those programs and projects and indicators where we have not been doing well, and we have put measures in place to make sure that we bring that balance as requested. The second issue was on the compliance, the material findings. MEC has spoken to that, but I can also add that one of the contributing factors why over the years we had serious material findings on the annual financial statements was really because of the capacity challenges that we had, because there was some time where we did not even have a CFO, the colleagues were just acting, and we know that normally when you do not have a relevant people in positions, so the issue around the capacity was a challenge, and hence the appointment of the CFO. And indeed, in the last financial year, we did not have any material findings on the annual financial statements themselves, which is an improvement considering where we come from. But the second issue also that Honorable Machete raised on the impact that we are seeing based on also the work that we have put, and Honorable Chair also you have phrased it on the review committee. It is internal staff chaired by the CFO and constituted by various senior managers, the executive managers, but also to bring alignment between the financial performance and the non-financial performance in relation to the annual plan. On a quarterly basis, they go through the annual financial statement for that quarter, and hence the impact that we saw at the end of the financial year. And we apologize, Chair, that we did not indicate all the details around the operations, but it is internal staff. But also the intention was to institutionalize the fact that annual financial statements are a responsibility of each and every unit. It's not just the CFO function, because what the CFO at the end prepares is based on the inputs, and we are seeing a lot of improvement in that regard. The other question related to our intention on how we are intending to close on the unresolved findings, considering that a lot of them, like VBS was used as an example, in terms of the progress that we've made. We have been having, and we continue to have, we are having engagements with the provincial treasury, the provincial accountant general, to present our reports, because in terms of the process that once we have finalized, we'll then present the reports, and they will then help us working together with the committee, the secretary of the committee, to clear those. And that is the work that currently the CRO is leading, to make sure that where we have made progress, For example, when we look at VBS, there is nothing further for us to do as a department except to wait for the legal processes. So we have isolated those, and that is the work that we are currently doing to make sure that we close on all those findings where we have made significant progress. Then we then remain with those that are still dependent on other factors, like the one on where we have to wait on some legal processes, but also even on those ones we are looking at what can be done to make sure that we clean the resolution. Indeed, members, we also are not happy with where we are. We really want to make sure that we clear all those, particularly those that are within our control, clear all of them, and then focus on those that we have to then be working on with external stakeholders. The CFO will talk to a bit on the irregular expenditure, on why that increase around the functionality elements and what we are doing now. In terms of the current bids that we have just closed actually a few days back for the new database, based on the finding and the improvement on that database. But the question raised by Honorable Member Gululu was the risk and anti-fraud unit. Does it have capacity? Considering the size of our department, capacity in terms of the number, we do not have, because we have 2 active investigators. And for us to make progress, what we did, we have assigned one to then focus on all the unwanted expenditures, and hence we've been able to conclude a number of investigations and have condonment on those areas we have concluded. We are going to be prioritizing this unit in the 2024-25 financially annual recruitment plan. Last year we focused more on capacitating supply chain management and internal control unit, which is basically a new standalone unit in the department now. And the second phase is now for our incoming year is to add capacity, because we are a big department with a lot of transactions. We need sufficient capacity in the anti-fraud and corruption unit, and we do agree that the capacity that we have now is extremely overstretched. And if I was to link that to the question raised on the support that the Office of the Premier is giving us on the investigation, there were 2 main investigations that they helped us with. One was and the matter has been closed by a service provider that had failed to declare, and the wife was working in the department but also in human settlements because of the ethical issues related to the official, not on the one affecting the service provider. We dealt with internally and we concluded on that part. But the one dealing with the official, Office of the Premier, helped us to deal with that from an ethics management point of view. It was concluded, and the official, and we took consequence management on that. The second one, which is still underway, that they are helping us with, is it's one of the contributors to our irregular expenditure on the security tenders, where in terms of the evaluation criteria, there were discrepancies that were found. We requested Office of the Premier to help us just to make sure that we do that separation, because some of the colleagues in the investigation and security units were part of the bidding process. So just to make sure that we have an objective and a process with integrity, we have then requested the Office of the Premier, and we are working very closely with them. Those are the 2 main recent investigations that they've helped us. The one is closed, is completed. This is the second one that they are now helping us. But the reason was mainly we could have dealt with it internally, but we wanted to make sure that we have a process of integrity, because we have colleagues that it's their line responsibility to do investigation, but at the same time they were also part of the supply chain management processes. So that is the reason we requested Office of the Premier to help us on that one. The HDM issues all dealt with. I'll then request, I think I've dealt with the ones that were still outstanding. The 2 issues, CFO will deal with the one on the regular expenditure, DDG Corporate Services on the ones around state attorney and the cases where we're saying we are ready to go to court. What criteria have we used for us to go to court. And where are we on that? Those two matters. Thank you, Chair. Through you.
Thomas Oshan-Mukansi, CFO at COGHSTA. Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to all the members of the committee, to my MEC, the HOD, and the colleagues from different institutions. I will touch base as HOD requested on the AGSA report that was indicated as a concern, the findings on supply chain management. We indeed got those findings in the 2023-24 audit. What had happened is that AG went back to our databases that were awarded in 21-22 financial year, and findings were raised as indicated, and that forms around 1.2 billion. It was on one of, our databases on construction of low-cost housing, engineering services, both on the consulting side as well as the engineering services, which we normally call TENKI. They were all appointed in 2021-22 financial year, and the matters were similar. The functionality criteria that were not objective, and the specific evaluating in terms of specifications and everything that was mentioned. It is indeed an area that concerned us for two reasons. One, because the bids that were done in 2023-24 financial year, mostly on housing, we were already using objective criteria, meaning that the correction had already been done in the subsequent financial years. But what we have also done to strengthen the SCM process, mainly on these big bids, as the HOD has already indicated, as a department, we have appointed a panel of probity auditors as a way of strengthening assurance and compliance in the manner that we evaluate and adjudicate our bids. And mainly those that closed after this panel was formed, the probity auditors start with the process from the closing of the bid, so that we don't miss anything in the evaluation process. And by the time it comes to the bid adjudication committee to recommend to the accounting officer, will be having that probity report that will give assurance to the process that was followed. So I think that is one of the measures that is assisting us now, and we have confidence that it has assisted the department. Even the internal audit, we're looking at some of the bids that we have already awarded, and no significant or material findings were detected. We're hoping that these measures are indeed assisting us. And then with regards to other measures that we have, is that the committees, as we indicated in some of our responses, the bid committees are trained at the beginning of each financial year by provincial treasury as well as national treasury. So that also assists for the committees to know their roles and responsibilities, and to ensure that these processes are followed to the latter. So, but mainly the probity audit is the one that has helped us a lot. The bids that are closing this week are big bids. The one that closed yesterday for replacing this database that was found to be irregular of low-cost housing was closing yesterday, and already we're preparing probity auditors. We need to have appointed by next financial year, because this database will start using it for 2026-27 financial year. So it's a proactive way by the department, but we will ensure that the probity audit, because a lot of documents that have been received yesterday, and these big bids are the ones that sometimes they would the evaluation and the adjudication would miss certain elements which do not justify, as the honorable member has indicated, that certain things are missed. Hence, HOD talked to the issue that the investigation is being conducted on all of this, and the findings of those investigations will be fully implemented. It's our commitment to realize the clean audit as the MEC has already indicated. So that will be my response. Thank you very much, HOD.
Good afternoon, Selena Patla, DDG Corporate Services. On the issue of significant activities, the MEC has dealt with the matter. However, I would just like to add on the legitimacy of the cases that we have indicated in the report, that some of the cases that we're talking about, of the headmen and headwomen, and as we said, we then assessed them. We looked at the people that have claimed or are claiming to be paid from the department, and there are those that have already been recognized. However, they are still claiming money from the department from the period that the province had not recognized them. And some of the cases, when we say they are illegitimate and the department is ready to go to court on, what the team had done was to look at the people that have taken the department to court, try to link them to certain traditional councils within the province, and we found that there are those that are claiming to be headmen or headwomen. However, they cannot be linked to any specific village in the province, and some of them have already been disputed by senior traditional leaders that they do not necessarily belong in their traditional area. And hence we say that there are those that are legitimate and there are those that are not necessarily legitimate. In terms of the second question on our relation with the state attorney, we generally do work well with the office. However, we do experience delays in terms of some of the cases that we have with them. But the team does work very closely with state attorney and engage them on a regular basis. And I think also the provincial forum that is facilitated by Office of the Premier with all legal teams in the province, including state attorney that participate at that level, does assist us to deal with some of the challenges that we experience on a regular basis. Thank you. Yeah, Honorable MEC.
Yeah, Vice Scopa Makamu, MEC for COGHSTA. There is one question which was raised by Honorable Smart. It has not been attended here, but I felt I should attend to it. The golden handshake on the VBS matter. I would want to indicate that where were we as COGHSTA when that was happening? And I can say we were there, and in some instances, we were trying to support municipalities. It is not necessary, maybe we can title it golden handshake, but we must look at the value of what was trying to be resolved in some instances. When a municipal manager is suspended, the position will not be vacant. The municipality will have to appoint an acting. The case is still running. The person has not been dismissed or arrested. Then you will have to choose as whether you will want a stable municipality and looking at the amount. The contracts they were remaining with were something that you can deal with, so that you deal with these people, they go, you advertise a post, you appoint somebody the municipality have. So we have to look, and I can give an example, even if it's not necessarily titled or mentioned as part of the, in Collins Chabani, where the MM will have been suspended for more than 12 months. Now somebody is acting, can't take decision properly, it impacts more on the municipality than the person that we are talking about. So I would want the committee to look at some of these, taking them out of the system, to want to build the support and stability in municipalities. But definitely in areas where the disciplinary process has to be carried and all sorts of things, we will support them that let's quickly finish the disciplinary process and have a verdict that will be able to allow the municipality to move on without the cloud of that. But he also raised something, Honorable Smale, which I did not hear, whether these financial recovery plans were adopted with funding or not. Definitely it's not with funding, because we did not have a budget lying somewhere thinking that municipality will lose 1 billion as we speak about. We were making sure that without them failing to meet their targets, as is a mandatory on them under the circumstances to do that, they will go to council, approve their financial recovery plan, submit those to the MEC, who will consider them, so that we cannot necessarily have municipalities collapsing on the eventuality which has happened in the municipality. So we're not sleeping on duty, Honorable Chair. We're looking at what is it that they have done, each and every municipality. The last question on VBS, and I think he made a mistake of a CFO who was coming from Makado, going to Litaba. It's not Litaba, it's Anin municipality. But the fact is, at the time, the official was appointed by Tsanin. There was nothing that they could have used in Tsanin, whether to bar this CFO the right to participate, and they found to be competent. But I think maybe they took that in consideration, because the CFO, as I speak about, is no longer in the employ of the Tsanini local municipality. But the fact is that sometimes the crime or the transgression, let me put it that way, of the VBS, it's not excluded or it's not exclusive that it's only owned. If there are other financial misconducts, you should be able to separate, as if the VBS is treated as another issue, or you have made that. Some CFOs, when the cases are being listened to, they indicate the merits of the cases, and they don't necessarily warrant that they can be killed or dismissed because they were given instruction. So you cannot put a blanket approach to say anybody who was involved in the VBS matter should no longer be given an opportunity because it's VBS. Some of them, they could prove when their cases are being listened to in the disciplinary process that some other people were the one who were influencing or doing this. So I felt I should be able to say, as and when we are dealing with VBS matter, we are considerate of individual cases affecting individual members, so that we can be able to be objective as far as possible. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, MSC. I hope your questions were, or follow-up questions were well answered. Maybe as we wrap up question 1, because it was mainly on resolutions. We'll also recommend that, and we hope that you've been noting our recommendations on the way forward in terms of making sure that these resolutions are implemented to their finality by the end of this financial year. That is our wish. We know that there will be somewhere where we may not be able to achieve that. For example, where the case is with the courts and so on and so on. But we will also make some efforts as Scopa to also make a follow-up to say in case of this case, how far are you, so that we will finalize. It's not good that our documents are always full because of the matters of 2014, 2015. Some of them are even from the section 101B, and then they are not resolved. There must have a way to resolve those things. And I know that way forward is one item which is coming maybe towards the end. But I just want to summarize the way forward of what to expect with question 1, or with the resolutions. We are going to have quarterly meetings as Scopa, just like any other portfolio committee. remember the MEC will know that you usually meet when you are preparing for the meetings. So now we are going to have quarterly meetings, and in those quarterly meetings we prioritize dealing with the progress resolutions. And we're expecting the departments to forward a progress report in terms of how far are we in those resolutions. Like today we were able to get responses, we asked follow-up questions, we clarified. But there were cases where you are still saying, we are still going to do this. So in the next quarterly meeting, we expect to say from the period we appeared up to now, here is the progress that we've made on this resolution. That's why I emphasize, Honorable MEC, that indicating resolutions by their number is very critical, so that we'll know even in March or June or April that we've spoken about resolution 7, which is about wasteful expenditure, and during the hearing this was the progress. Now they have moved from that time to here, and then we'll be able to assess that there is progress. And then where there is no progress, and we feel that the department may not deal with this resolution alone, we'll request intervention from where we can be able to complete that particular resolution. That is how I want us to conclude question 1. So, yeah, lunch is ready. It's 1:15. If we can go for lunch and then come back at 10 to 1. Is that fast? No, my watch. According to my watch.
The watch of the chair.
Is it?
25 to 2.
Yeah. There's something wrong with it. 25 to 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's say 2:05, come back. Then let's adjourn the hearing until 2:05. Thank you very much.
That was in for 2023 and even for 2024, the transactions are almost are actually similar, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. But I think for 2024, yes, they are more or less similar, but there are some cases where maybe people would, we don't want to come to questions when maybe we had an opportunity just to clarify some issues, but it's fine. We will seek clarity where we think we need clarity. Maybe before Honorable Mamucha can ask questions on A, question 2A, which is saying why did the accounting officer fail to take it effective? There is somewhere where you are talking about the finding of the investigation was reclassified and no longer irregular expenditure, but we only left with 4 million something. But my challenge is, who did classify this, and what is the evidence where you were given that also, or that issue to say that now this amount has been declassified? The same applies to item 20, item 21 on question D, 1D. And question item 20, where it is indicating that the HOD contract was not terminated but expired. So my question is, at what stage of the investigation? Was it during the investigation or when the investigation were concluded? Maybe before he even or she left, there was a notice of intention to take consequence management also. At what stage in particular? Just want to understand at what stage of the investigation did the contract expire? But in the main, we're lacking a lot of evidence in terms of the investigation reports. You are indicating that investigations were conducted, but there's no report which indicates how far or what were the recommendations, especially on D, the issue of national treasury. I'm still talking about question 2A. When I say D, it's on this is 2D, where the recommendation report from the national
are saying that they are sending all of these documents to you with certain recommendations, and it must be returned back by the 30th of 30 September 2024. Does that, were there other recommendations that you had to take apart from what you've already done, without going into details? I will in the meanwhile just search for the one that says misrepresentation. I will tell you now. It's in the first file. I will find it now. I just I'll get it now. Tala Civils and Projects, PTY Polokwane case 614-0324-0324. On page
we'll clarify. What we want to know is how far are you with the assessment, so that in the next audit period they are able to understand what has happened with this amount. Honorable Machet.
No, my apologies, Chair. I thought you are closing my chairperson,
okay,
member of the committee. Just on 17 on the cumulative regular expenditure.
Which year, if you can refer us?
2020.
An instrument like a QMS where we will test the capacity of teachers. So, and then we will identify the training needs. It is not just general to say, no, we'll train the procurement staff. And it's not all of them that can have some challenges. But amongst them, we have to identify the needs. The director may have a particular training need and a deputy director also. So if maybe as and when we come up with this training, we do.
But also capacity in terms of bringing warm bodies. That department, there was a time that we did not.
And the determination, we're now currently finalizing the last stage, which is investigation on all of them. And because it's about 5 bids, we expect it to be finalized before the end of this month, meaning that we'll be able to take them for condonation and for taking appropriate actions before we submit the financial statements to the Auditor General. So that is the commitment that we have as management on those ones. Now, on the issue of the declassification versus condonation, let me also indicate that the irregular expenditure framework identifies
it is no longer going to serve that purpose of correcting. We'll now psychologically say, okay, we are raising it along those lines. That indeed the hearing must be fair, the sanction must be fair, there must be substantive fairness, and the sanction must be equal to the sin, like you were saying. No disadvantage, but at least the other one, let it be return owning, and then the other one at least even final, at least that. So the question that arises is to say, who makes the NBC to the accounting department? To an extent that now you will be in the process of recovering the amount. So that's my concern here, because according to my little knowledge, this was supposed to be handled at the Premier's office, because the MEC is accounting at the Premier's office. So I believe that somebody is acting ultra vires here, but it will be clarified. Any other question?
Thank you. You have taken my question, but our honorable MEC said is for 6 years now, yes, in this department. And then to recover this 3,000 from the former MEC, for how long it will take, if indeed you are the relevant institution to recover that particular money? I'm happy when I was talking to our honorables, there are a number of departments with new MEC. I said they are not, by law they are accountable there, but they are new. Next year it will be tough for them. But yeah, you have 6 years, only 3,000 from the former MEC. I don't know why it's taking long, this thing, and I hope it will be, it must be finalized, because we cannot sit here with the public funds and then over 10 years just to recover 3,000 from a responsible person. The other one is just in the table that the Foodland S&T claims of about 38,000. That investigation has been completed. A debt has been raised to recover the fruitless expenditure. Then I want to know the current status, and unfortunately there are no names of the officials responsible here. And then, yeah, I just want to know just a clarity on that. For now, maybe they finished repaying that, or they are just also in the process of doing that. Yeah, for now, those are my questions.
Honorable Mabuti.
Thanks, Chair. It's Thabo Mahota, a member of Scopa. Chair, there's this certain matter which is about to prescribe, and then should the department not do anything in less than this matter will prescribe on the 15th of this month. There is this company that is acknowledged debt, and I think it has made a partial payment, but however, there's an outstanding amount. So what is just needed here is for you to just go and recover this outstanding amount. However, if you don't recover this, if you don't do anything, because the date that is provided here, and then I'm trying to factor in the Prescription Act. If you don't deal with this matter, at least before the 15th, then next year when you come here, you are going to tell us that your legal has advised you that this matter is prescribed, and then you must write off. So I'm making a plea to you, MEC, that please recover this money. There is an acknowledgement. If the acknowledgement is not honored, your legal knows what to do. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Smart.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My learner friend here and I are on the same page. My question will be on the debt owed, and which will be right to the MEC. Has there been written, because now I'm looking at the 1 year, it says the department is in the process of implementing. Here's the one part. 1 year later, same wording. Same wording. It cannot be the same wording. It must be yes, has been accepted, payment plan, B, it is challenged, or what. That is what it cannot be the same wording and the same. It's impossible. Something is wrong, MEC. Cannot be. Then on the debt owed to the department. If you don't try to communicate and you haven't submitted your summons and you haven't submitted the sheriff court, then after 3 years it prescribes. But if you are in the process of back and forth, it's a different thing. So my question is there a formal communication to the previous MEC that can be provided with reference to this? 2, on the previous matter what my learner friend has just indicated, I can ask, is there formal communication in this regard? Honorable MEC, I might have missed right at question 1, the one issue on the home to Batsa issue. If you go to your page 28, response B, on the Tubatsa issue, the investigation has been completed by Treasury. Is it A? You did indicate you've got it. So, Chairperson, I would ask that you later on make a resolution on can we get it, please? And because it was absolved that no wrongdoing was done by the acquisition during this process. Here it says no wrongdoing was done by anyone. I which one is it? Maybe we missed it in the beginning, Honorable MEC, but we don't have to go into detail. It's either this one or that one. And if we are right and the SAU is wrong, then there's a process of rectifying issues, mistakes, because tomorrow people might be arrested, and then that day, when that day comes, I will sit here and I will recall some names here, and I don't necessarily want that to happen. So I need that. Thank you, Emis. Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Let me see.
Bioscope Makamu, MEC COGHSTA. Let me start with the last question, whether we are missing something towards the issue. The SIU report vis-a-vis what the department is saying. And I have responded to this question before.
My apologies.
It could be that Honorable Smale was on a stretch break. I have not seen him smoking, that I say smoking break. I have responded that what we are saying as a department is the true reflection of the issues. We don't necessarily have a control, but this committee is counseling us to say we should be able maybe follow a particular process. It's a fact that there's nobody who has been taken to disciplinary process. At least when the report came absolved, we had to, because there were people that were identified. We even wrote them letters, and I think the department can retrieve those letters to some of these individuals which were said to say you were going through. It is not necessarily disciplinary process. Okay. It was mainly through that they will be questioned, be asked questions as they relate to this matter, and it was found that. And I think HOD and the team, we may want to submit to the committee those letters that we wrote to these individuals, which HOD, and in this case I know MEC wrote, because some of them are no longer officials themselves, maybe honorable members. I had to write to them as the MEC. So that part I responded to. The other pending issue which I want to submit and agree to the committee, it's the same wording from this report to the other. We will improve on that. But the question that the chair asked, who was supposed to recover this 3,000 and something? Is it the office of the Premier, because the MEC reports there? And the way we have established in the department, it's not necessarily the Premier or the MEC, is the law. What does it say? In this case, I have got where sometimes the current MEC, on the basis of other issues, will have been overpaid. It will not have to be wait to the Premier to recover. If you have been overpaid as the MEC and it's found, the HOD and everybody can just simply engage you and be able. And I think that could have happened even before. But let me take commitments. We have started the process. It's only we did not move and have something that we can record and put as a proof to want to recover the money from the former MEC. But let me say I'm taking counsel of this, maybe even before the end of the month, considering other situations, we will have written to the former MEC to recover the 3,000. But of course, to show we're willing to want to understand what could have happened for the cancellation. It's like she had a very serious sick relative at the time she was supposed to go outside the country. and everything has been paid at a particular time. And I think that submission has been made. But the committee says, despite all, because it is there, recover it. And I think we're going to do.
Maybe before we continue, we are not saying despite all, because that other part that you are mentioning is not reflecting here. Here what is reflecting is fruitless and wasteful expenditure of a cancellation. And that is exactly what I was going to come up after your explanation to say. We can't just go straight to recovery or cancellation, because there has to be investigation, and the investigation will reveal either maybe the MEC, when he or she was to go, maybe she was deployed somewhere else, and in that case, if it is handled by the premier will be able to say no, it was not deliberate, because during that particular day we had two competing events and we had to prioritize this one. And in that case, it can be written off in the department or through the office of the premier. Just like what you are indicating, is something that is beyond control, where you may not even go to an extent of recovery. Or if correct procedure was followed, this was supposed to have written off, just like if he was redirected for another deployment. So to show that it was not dealt with accordingly, it was just straight to recovery. Even maybe that is why it is not moving, because it was not investigated. So that is what we were saying. It was supposed to be investigated and determine whether it's indeed a loss or it was beyond the MEC's control.
Okay.
Sorry for interrupting you. I just wanted to.
Yeah, thanks, Vice Cop Makamu, MEC. We are taking that counsel as well. We will provide all the evidence of our efforts in trying to want to get to the bottom of the problem. Where it will lead to the recovery, we will definitely. Where it will lead to a process to consider the receipts. I will not want to respond to the prescriptions by my learned friend. They will be able to do. But one thing for sure, the management is aware of. I don't know about the prescriptions. I only know of the last part of your recommendation, Honorable Member, that the legal should go and issue summons if these people are not paying, since they have accepted. And that I take that before the 15th we will have done that, and I don't think we need any time to waste for that. They will explain, HOD will talk to the issue of Nyamaza, who they say they have raised that. You know, this thing of raising a debt, it's something that I have got an experience that it happens even when you are in the higher position, and then you pay back the money that will have come to you. So HOD, I think Nyamazan is still in the employ of National Department, though he was deployed by National to assist us here. At the time the department was not necessarily an official appointed, was deployed by National to support us. So these claims that has been investigated, it could be the time that lapsed between the conclusion of the investigation and the issue, but we are going to follow the 38,000 where it is. Let me allow the HOD, if there's anything that we have, they will help with the prescriptions and will not necessarily be learned to deal with them. Over to you, HOD.
Mujaji Malashela, HOD COGHSTA. I'll start with the last one on Dr. Nyamazana. Indeed, what had happened was that this was picked up. Firstly, there were 2 stages to it, and hence it was not concluded quite urgently. It was an investigation by our transversal internal audit in Treasury that picked up the possible fraud as it related to S&T claims. After that was done, when we then had to go to the next level of the final investigation to do our then investigation based on the findings of the internal auditor. We did that investigation. It has been concluded, We have then raised a debt, but we have also written to the Director General of the Department of Human Settlements because he's no longer with us. If he was still in the department, it was going to be easy for us to recover. But we are following up on that with the National Department of Human Settlements, and we can assure the committee that the next time we come back, there will be progress because we have escalated that matter for the DG to then help us with that recovery. The last one, I think we take note on the prescription and we'll do as advised. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have done justice to question 3. Can we move to question 4? Anybody who's taking it? And remember, question 4 is only in 2020. It's only in one financial year, 2022-2023.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabotja, a member of the Standing Committee Public Accounts. Question 4 is on impairment of receivables. Executing Authority, on paragraph 7 of the Auditor General AG report, the AG reports that the department made an impairment provision of 15,908,000, open bracket 2022, 15,772,000 close bracket, in respect of doubtful receivables. Question A, why did the department fail to collect money from receivable resulting in impairment of 15.908 million? Question B, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? D, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to address this anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. MEC?
Bioscope Makamu, MEC COGHSTA, Limpopo. Let me, without any waste of time, allow the HOD and accounting officer of the department to respond to the question.
Thank you, Mujaji Malashela, HOD COGHSTA. In terms of A, why the department failed to collect the money, we have provided there a bit of history on where this money comes from. But the short summary of it is that the department had appointed service providers for low-cost housing. But during that time, there were floods in Mopani districts, and service providers were then requested to address the floods. But the mistake that was made was that because the contracts were not amended to indicate that the service providers moving to address the floods was then a substitution of what, or a cancellation of the initial contract. After doing the flood-related housing, the service provider came back to claim the money in relation to the original contract. And when the both parties, the department and the developers, were engaging, there was a settlement agreement, and that amount of 15 million was then paid to that service provider. There was then a case opened against the acting head of department who had authorized the payment, but the case was removed from the court roll in February 2016, and it was not reinstated. We, as the department, we have written to the state attorney on various occasions for them to request the state attorney to then reinstate the matter on the court roll so that we can look at the recovery of the money or the conclusion of the matter. On B, we indicate the name of officials who were responsible for that transaction, and they are indicated there, Maputa, Kotani, Maisela, Nechifefe, and Lhodi. On what action was taken that the accounting officer take against the responsible officials. The 2 officials were found to have been responsible for the transaction, and they were dismissed by the department then, Mr. Maputa and Mr. Kotani. But the acting HOD had already left the department when the case was finalized, together with Mr. Nechifefe and Mr. P.K. Lorodi. We, as indicated, the department has written to the state attorney to then reinstate the matter in court, as we indicated earlier on that it was subsequently removed from the courts. The measures that the department has put in place to address the anomaly, we have established the internal control directorate, but also we have strengthened on contract management, and that is the reason that we have not had as a department a similar incident to like that which happened where 15 million was paid. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe the first question on 1B, where you are indicating that you're written to the state attorney to request the state attorney to reinstate the matter. But the question is, this matter is a 2016 matter. And according to the annexures, we started to write to the state attorney in 2018, 2 years after it was dismissed. We made a follow-up in 2019, and then it took 5 years. The other follow-up was done in 2024. Do you think that is the state attorney never responded, unless if you have not attached his response? But I think even the state attorney is saying, but this people are not serious. After 2 years, and then from there they stop for 5 years, they are no longer making any follow-up. And also, it brings a question that Honorable Mabuja is always asking about our state attorney. To say, what is the relation? Is there a good working relationship of the state attorney and the department? Is the state attorney taking our legal departments very serious? Because if this thing has been there from 2016 and we started, after 2 years, we started to say reinstate, maybe can give a better explanation. Let me just leave it like that. Any question? Honorable Mabuja?
Thanks, Chair. It's Thabo Mabuja, a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, the reason why I initially asked the department about the relationship between them and the state team is precisely that. I checked this matter and I saw that there have been constant communication. The last one was last year in August the 7th. However, we don't see, there's a correspondence from the department, but we don't see a response from the state attorney. Let alone, the instruction is very clear that the matter should be placed on the roll. However, that instruction is not being taken serious. And by the way, this service from the state attorney doesn't come free and it doesn't come cheap. So that's why I was asking you that, is there value, despite your many meetings, is the department getting value for money from the state attorney? Because MEC, you know, today we're dealing with this one, and I'll still come back to this one. Tomorrow, you'll be trending on a Capricorn chat, who's this one? Mapungu will be making your trend one day when someone comes to the department saying that you are owing them millions, and the sheriff is there attaching property of the state. You'll be running around saying, no, we don't know about this matter. We gave these people an instruction that they must defend this matter. But Chair, in this particular matter, Chair, you know, it's like people were throwing a javelin at each other, because there is money, there's a settlement that was paid, whereas if the junior and senior counsel had really looked into the merits of the case, maybe the department wouldn't have lost this 15 million. So I'm saying to you, MEC, please put systems in place to ensure that this javelin doesn't raise its ugly head even in the nearby future, because we would be doing a serious disservice to our people. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And to add on that, are there no timelines in the court to say if we have not appealed or restated this case after so many years or so, will be allowed or so? Just for interest's sake, I think they are. Yeah, MEC?
Vice Cop Makamu, MEC COGHSTA. Let me also indicate, if you see how this case has been 2001, and it was to and fro from 2018 trying to. Hence you are able to see some efforts we are trying to implement to want to bring the case to point. But we have put systems in place now to put that the javelin type of arrangement as raised by Honorable does not occur, that we cannot allow to go and settle. If that would not have been put systems in place, you will be seeing a lot of settlement coming to the fore now. We are not necessarily where we are. You have seen us here, that even a service provider, we have made the service provider to acknowledge that when the person was paid, and we thought the money that we have paid was not necessarily supposed to have been paid there. So you can see we have got mechanism in place that it should. Of course, 15 million, it's a big money that has happened long time. But we are not just leaving it and say it happened long time, 2000. I don't know where Honorable MEC was at that particular time, but it's a successor in title. We should be chasing it. I may not even think the HOD might have other things to mention, but maybe to talk about the response from the state attorney, it should be something that you can be responding to. But every time we are updating each other, this matter we don't jump and say it's old. We want to see holding the people. Currently the framework agrees, and I was asking, where is the HOD currently? If it's still in the employ of government, we should be able to be writing to that person that there is a settlement that was incurred during the time you were here, and we don't believe that it was a problem. So we are still looking at all those avenues, even to chase the people that have been playing part in order to deal with the javelin arrangement, because definitely you can see at that time people might have taken like opportunity that there was a disaster, and then everything, it has opened floodgates. So we are following the matter as it is. That is how far I can go. But the HOD, through you, Chair, can come whether state attorney is busy responding or giving us support on the matter, because they are supposed to do. Over to you, HOD.
Thank you, Mujaji Malahlela, HOD COGHSTA. State Attorney has not responded to the letters that we have written, but as MEC has said, we'll then follow up as well, just to make sure we bring the matter to conclusion. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the response, but the issue that you are emphasizing is the timelines and the state attorney. Say is he assisting our departments? I think that should be noted. Yeah, if there's no question, if there's no, so you feel that is not answered.
Yeah, I feel like.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Mahocha Tabo, member of Scopa. Chair, I think my question mainly is as to whether. Hence, I gave an example in this area. Are we not going to be embarrassed in the future? Are you getting value for your money or state attorney now? Or you are just compelled by legislation to take that route? If you thought of other avenues in case you get disappointed?
MEC?
Bioscope Makamu, MEC COGHSTA. Let me start by giving this brief, and I thought I will withhold it, not necessarily because there's nothing in place now. At some point, we had a discussion also looking at the matters of traditional leadership disputes, where sometimes MEC Makamu, it's being cited in the papers. The matter gets into the court. The department was never served. Somebody was supposed to have assisted us to get that. I had a discussion with the Director of Legal Services, how we can close to such gaps like the Honorable Mabucha is saying. But because the Director of Legal Services is in our midst here, and I don't want to deny the opportunity that members should be able to know what we are doing, I will want to request Chairperson that we allow the Director Legal Services to clarify. At some point, I must say, I even suggested from my just background, is it not allowed for us to have our own pool of legal firms that when we have got matters, we think there are, but I was clarified, maybe the answer will still come here. But that was the intention at some point to say, we are served with a lot of papers. You know, it's not part of the report. One day we were served with a paper that was just a fake, that did not go to any hearing of a court, but it was saying the court has said, MEC, you must terminate one coach. When we were busy implementing, we realized, hey, this thing does not even exist. When we were having, if we were having our own pool, we would have tested with them to see when was it here, why didn't we know, and all sorts of things. But you don't have that control over that. You will have to leave. But let me, through you, Chair, allow Mr. Malachi, our Director of Legal Services, to put more flesh on the matter. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Let me start with the Komujo Malachi, Director Legal Services. Maybe let me start with the matter at hand, the Maisela matter. Let me just give a background so that members of Scopa can understand what we're dealing with and why the frustration. This, remember, before the High Court of Polokwane could be constructed, all our matters were handled at the State Attorney in Pretoria. So post the building or the High Court of Polokwane, the State Attorney was then introduced in Polokwane. The files from Polokwane, which were held at State Attorney in Pretoria, were then brought to Polokwane. Now, having noted this matter, how old it is, it's a 2001, if I'm not mistaken. So it went to court, and then it was then struck off. Now, striking off did not mean the matter has been concluded. It was mainly because of technicalities that existed at that time. So we then needed to reinstate the matter in court. And it was also the directive of the leadership then that, so now because when it was struck off the roll, it was in Pretoria. And Pretoria had actually registered the matter to have been concluded according to them. It meant that the entire files, that which has to deal with these matters, were in Pretoria. So throughout, we've been writing letters to State Attorney in Pretoria to say, you are the ones who are dealing with this matter. At some point, they were arguing the file has been transferred to Polokwane and all this thing until Polokwane moved there to say, no, the matter was never referred to Polokwane. So we've been writing letters. At some point, they told us that the file handler is nowhere to be found, and at some point we found the work of the bank, and indicated that he was no longer the employee of the state attorney and all this. But it appears, and this may not be an official position of state attorney, it appears that no one wants to take responsibility from that fact. Now this then brings the question that I think Honorable Mabota kept on asking. And I think my supervisor here answered it, but she may not have went through a problem, and HODs are aware. We have a problem with Victoria State Attorney in terms of that. But the other thing is that we have an excellent relationship in Polokwane, but we have a problem in Toyando, to an extent that the HOD is in a process to write to Solicitor General to say that because we are getting problems from Polokwane, we would want all our matters which are in Toyando to be handled by Polokwane. Because in many a time we are finding one team, and mainly is because state attorney has a problem that they do not have a staff. And you can imagine how many cases there are in. We have that number of cases. You can imagine how many cases Department of Health has, Department of Police. So ordinarily there are two strikes. To an extent that the service that they may give to a department, if you do not follow up, it may not be of quality service. What is the plan? We are observing other provinces, like I've seen, Department of Health in Gauteng has already, has already advertised to say that they would want to handle this service themselves, because state attorney is not doing the service. KZN, I think, is the Department of Arts and Culture. So what's observing in time, we will advise the HOD. But as we speak, we are facing problem because state attorney has its own challenges in terms of human capital. Thanks. I don't know if I've been able to answer thoroughly this question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you have clarified. If maybe there's three questions, we will answer them as informally or as we engage further. Because some of the issues cannot be clarified in one session. Yeah, question number 5. Question number 5 goes 2022, 2023, 2024.
Thanks, Ms. Machete, a member of this committee. Question 5, significant uncertainties. Executing authority on paragraph 8 of the AG's report. The AG reports that the department is currently involved in litigation with various service providers and third parties. The ultimate outcome of these matters could not be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result has been made in the financial statements. 5A, why is the department involved in the litigation with service providers and third parties? 5B, provide a detailed report on the litigation position in the department. That is 2022-2023. Then we'll then move to 2023-2024. It says significance and uncertainties on question 5. Executive authority concerning note 25.1 of the financial statement. The AG reported that the department is currently involved in litigation with various service providers and third parties. The outcomes of these matters could not be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result has been made in the financial statement. 5A, why did the department not provide information to liability about the department? 5B, how does the department strengthen its legal section? 5C, provide a detailed report about all the litigations in the department. Thanks very much, Alice.
Thank you. MEC?
Vice Corp Makamu, MEC COGHSTA. Thanks very much for the question from Honorable Machete. Let me, through you, Chair, allow the HOD and Accounting Officer of the department to give the response to the question as outlined. Over to you, HOD.
Thank you, Mujaji Malakela, HOD COGHSTA. In relation to why is the department involved in the litigation with service providers and third parties, is also related to when we're dealing with the outstanding resolutions. We also spoke at length about it. But just to indicate that the majority of our cases relate to the claim by people that are claiming allowances for them to be paid as recognized headmen or headwomen, despite the fact that they have not been recognized by the premier in terms of the law. The fact that they were identified by their families, as long as they're not recognized by the premier in terms of the law, does not necessarily qualify them for allowances, but that makes a high percentage of the 92%, to be specific, of our litigation cases. The remaining 8% of our cases, we have, in terms of the 8 cases that are remaining, 12 are as a result of the 2011-2012 Section 100 intervention, where there are companies that have been claiming that the department did not pay certain invoices, and these cases have been dormant since 2012. The contingent liability of the department is currently at 408 million, and the assessment, as we had indicated earlier, of what could be possible payouts pending the conclusion of all the court processes, is estimated to be around 269 million. B, provide a detailed report on the litigation position in the department. We have provided that and also indicated the number of the cases. But when you look at, particularly the table, you look at the number of cases under 1, where is people claiming for allowances, and also number 3, which are the cases that are emanating from people that were aggrieved by the findings or the final decisions of the premier after the premier was advised by the commission that was established to deal with traditional leadership disputes. They make a significant percentage of all those cases, and in this instance, the department is a respondent on all the cases. Only what we have there, 28, are those claims that are for various services that were claimed to have been rendered and other related matters. And as I indicated earlier on, most of those cases have been dormant, and we don't actually see them even materializing. On Annex M, we've then attached, as requested by the committee, attached a detail of all the cases. In respect of the financial year 2023-24, the question was why did the department not provide information to liability? Here we are indicating, Chair, members of Scopa, that we did not make provision for contingent liability due to the uncertainty of the cases, based on the explanation we've provided earlier on regarding where the cases emanate from and the possibility of us having to really pay for those cases. But should a need arise to settle a case, the department will then reprioritize the budget in consultation with provincial treasury to honor any obligation that might arise thereof. How we are strengthening our legal section. We have filled the post of the Director Legal Services, and also earlier on we indicated about the task team that has been established between the department and the Office of the Premier in particular to deal with traditional affairs cases, which are a significant part of the cases that we have. See, Chair, I've already responded to it in the 2023. The information is similar. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any question? Honorable?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumburuni Trisi. I just want to know, the MEC indicated that the department is the person from the national department to assist in terms of dealing with these disputes for headmen, which is a very good move. But how long it takes for the Premier to issue the certificate for a headman so that they can receive, legitimately the allowances from the department. The other one is that also from your department and from the traditional leadership, the process of identifying the rightful traditional leaders there, do you have capacity or the people or the staff working specifically on those issues so that they are processed from the traditional leaders or from the chiefs to the department? Do you have such capacity? Because it seems it takes a long time, and sometimes there are some, how can I describe them? I don't know, but some falsifying of information allegedly by the department officials doing this corruption from the chief to the department in order to identify the rightful people on this regard. But I think this case is also, like I indicated, the time the Premier takes the final step to issue the recognition certificate.
Are you done?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Any response?
By Scopa Makamu, MEC COGHSTA. Let me first clarify the issue I raised about getting somebody from national. It was just to say we have filled the position of a chief director with somebody who was working for national, who we observed that when he was there, he had skills. When we started to recruit, he was willing to come back home. And he assisted us in some of the cases that we have. And it's not necessary to come and deal with headmen only. It's also with the senior traditional leadership. That person is a chief director, where directors report to him. And I'm saying the observation we have, which I don't think is the first impression, is doing a good job to help us everywhere. How long does the Premier take in the recognition of a headman? I think the process between a headman and a senior traditional leadership has got some small difference. The one on the headman, once the team that we have put, which I will come to the point of whether they are falsifying issues or not. When it comes from the district, it will come internally to the director in the department anthropology, it goes DDG, it goes to HOD, it goes to MEC, then finally to the Premier for a headman. But if it's a traditional leader, that matter still have to go through the Executive Council. So even if the Premier has the file, but it should get a concurrence from the Executive Council. So the two are treated differently. But I can confirm that once it has passed the MEC and it goes to the Premier, it does not take long because the entire process has been followed. Let me come to the issue of falsifying, or maybe the case that we reported here that we also dismissed some officials for wrongdoing. It was mainly around that very same matter of trying to interfere. Let me not use falsifying, let me use the word interfering or taking side or becoming subjective in dealing and misleading officials. But what we have done now, we have appointed what you will call district directors in all the districts. Now we have filled all those positions. And in some districts, you can see we are quickly resolving the issue of the outstanding headmans. At some point, the files can be brought to you. You find that in one traditional council, about 11 of them are being submitted. They have done the work. The work that is to be done, Honorable Member, it's through what we call anthropology. They go and meet with the family, follow it. Where there are no disputes, the process does not take long. But where we find challenges, we will try to follow the customs of that particular family. But of course, because these things is now being disputed so much, we now start to have case law with the cases that are there. That which you will know yourself that the family of a headman can decide who should take over. Now we have got the case that the headman family cannot necessarily have a royal family. The royal family is with the senior traditional leader. That will mean these ones will no longer be ready to accept sometimes, because now it empowers the senior traditional leader with his or her own royal family to pick who should be there, and it's a constitutional court, like I'm saying. But we are putting mechanism, and I'm coming to the point now, Chair. We are busy with standard operating procedure which will be accompanied with timelines. When a headman has passed, at what point or number of days when they say they have finished their morning time. Sometimes we will have a problem ourselves. We are ready, maybe they are not fighting, but they say in terms of our culture, for the whole 12 months, we don't do anything trying to want to replace a headman or senior traditional leader. We are mourning. You ask, what then becomes a situation? Are you living with a vacuum? But there are no problems here, Makam. Stay away from. And it's a sensitive matter, you can't say, but you can't leave when you don't have anybody. Others will say, we have got the acting we are putting, and we will process that. So it's a matter that we are trying to improve, and it's a matter we are observing that we need to improve in terms of fast-tracking the whole process. The current person I was speaking to, he was telling me, together with the DDG acting, that they are busy developing a standard operating procedure that we are going to follow, which will help the teams from anthropology to finish off and be able to control the process as soon as possible. Where there are no disputes, we're not supposed to take long, and we think we want to improve to that. Capacity, we are trying to appoint people with qualifications in that area who have studied anthropology, who understand to do genealogy. I must tell you the story. We successfully resolved one senior traditional leader which has got more than 15 years without anybody now, with the assistance of the current Baraka Bankwan. It was a very difficult issue, but we have put in investigative committee. They did recommendations. The Premier worked with us. We have appointed. People are trying to challenge. They are losing every day in the court of law. That is coming to me that if we can be quick and implement some of the things, we can resolve the majority of cases. But it's not an easy, because it's attitude, more than dealing with issues. You know, when you are resolving issues of traditional leadership, Honorable Chair, it's attitude. In some instances, you can go mitigate between the two, they agree, come and meet us. When others realize that the answer or what is going to come out as a resolution does not favor, will chicken out and start to be problematic. I have been to Amachak trying to resolve, there were 3 bodies or 3 groupings. Successfully helped with the police, get into one room, we discuss, we agree on the process. Everybody agree. When the process is about to conclude and produce who is the heir to the throne, those that were not favored, they go to anyone and block the road. And in that you can see it's just an attitude, but the answer is there. What is left is say, let's proceed. Whoever is not happy will go to court. And that is not the attitude of the department. We wanted to reconcile everybody so that this aspect should be treated with care. So that is the long and short. I'm not even sure whether the HOD will have something to say on the matter, because the issue of traditional leadership, I'm prioritizing it because it has got leadership aspect more than administrative. So I normally get involved on them to a particular extent, that including with the team that but if the HOD has got something to add, let me, through you, Chair, allow it to add.
Okay, the HOD is indicating this one.
Just a clarity on Machete Pesky, member of the committee, just a clarity on anthropology. Does it refers to the origin and the genesis of a human being, or what does it refer to?
I think Scopa Makamu, MEC COGHSTA. What the unit anthropology, I have not been schooled what is anthropology, but it's the people who help us to do a genealogy of a particular family. They go and meet with the family and do what me and you, in our literal language, a family tree. They get in to say, how many wives does the Hoshi had? They mention all of them, they write them there. Out of these 6 wives, which one was Masicha? Is this one. So it's the first house, the second house, the third house. Is this in the first house? Your customs, what does they mean? They say a firstborn child or boy. Here. Is there this one? If it's not here, they will go to in terms of the custom. So they do that thing. So that's why sometimes families, you find when there are fights, you find so many people, when they start to do that family tree, it takes other people out to say, you don't qualify to be what we call a royal family. In our day-to-day, we will call it inner circle. It's not there in the law. The law talks about the royal family. So they will identify who are the royal family, who can decide on a senior traditional leader. So out of the family tree, which is done by people from anthropology or anthropologists, they will be able to tell you. So people may come, fine, but if you take, but is this correct? They will agree. But when you want to say, they will bring other stories for, no, this is not the real, Kadri can be able to tell you better, that is not the son to. And from the department, we may not say, hey, let's go to DNA. It has never happened in our culture. But we are bound sometimes to go to that issue. But we do have a unit that a director, anthropology, they deal with us on a daily basis. We'll appoint people who have got that skills. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I hope that we are all clarified. Question 6. Question 6 goes with question 4. Yeah, on understanding of conditional grants. It's question 6 of 2020, 2022, 2023, and then 2024 to question 4.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
My name is Nepumruni TC. Question 6 in page 35 for the year ended 31 March 2023. underspending of the conditional grants. Executing authority on paragraph 9 of the AG's report, the AG reports that the department materially underspent the budget by 139,399 million on informal settlement upgrading partnership grant. Why did the department underspending the informal settlement upgrading partnership grant by 139,399 million rand? B, page 36, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? D, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? And then question 4, in the financial year ended 31 March 2024 in page 30, underspending of the conditional grant, executing authority in paragraph 7 of Auditor General's, the AG reported that the department materially underspent the budget by 59,738 on the informal settlement upgrading partnership grant as disclosed in note 46 to the financial statements. A, what led to the underspending of the budget by 59,738 million? B, in page 31, how are service providers blacklisted for failing to provide service on time? C, what impact did the underspending have on the achievement of planned targets and service delivery? D, who are the responsible officials? E, what action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? F, what did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and the responsible officials? G, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to keep the recurrence thereof? Yeah, that is the last question. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. MEC.
By Scopa Makamu, MEC COGHSTA. Without any waste of time, Honorable Chair, let me request the HOD and the accounting officer of the department to give the response.
Thank you, Mujaji Malashela, HOD COGHSTA. On question 6, why did the department underspend on the informal settlement upgrading partnership grant? In the main contributing factors was that there was inaccurate planning and engineering information that we had. As a result, the projects could not commence. We even had a situation where we had to relocate projects from one municipality to the other. For example, we had to relocate some from Tulamela to Elas Motswaledi, Pulukwane to Belabela, due to the poor planning and ensuring that where we appoint, the areas are ready to receive services. But also there's, in terms of the value chain, because this grant supports provision of water, we also are dependent on our water service authorities also being responsive in terms of the approvals that they need to provide, and there were delays in Mopani and Sekhukhune that we also experienced during the implementation of the service projects. The responsible officials are listed there, 3 of them, the Chief Director for Human Settlements Program, the Director, and the Chief Regional Town Planner, because these are the ones that are responsible for ensuring that the planning is done on time and properly done, so that when we appoint service providers, the areas are ready for implementation. The action that the accounting officer did, through the support of National Treasury, we commissioned an investigation to look at the perpetual underperformance as the province was losing money in this regard. The investigation has been concluded. and we are in the process of implementing recommendations, which includes disciplinary processes affecting the officials. There is a two-pronged process. One process is on the disciplinary, but the other process is more around improving system processes where the investigation also, because the other area we said they must help us to look at what are the improvements that we need to build in our planning and implementation process. In relation to the disciplinary processes, we have approached the state attorney to appoint presiding officers so that we can start with the disciplinary processes as per the recommendations of the investigations. What are the measures that we have put in place to prevent recurrence of this anomaly? We have established 5-year development areas where we are then able to plan beforehand so that we don't plan in the year of implementation. We have a pipeline of projects that can be implemented, and we start with the planning in the preceding years so that in the next years we are then able to start with the implementation. But also earlier on we spoke about the number of databases of pre-qualified bidders that we also put for our programs so that we can readily appoint service providers and be able to implement on time. And based on these measures, we have seen a great improvement even when we look at the impact that for the year that ended March 2023, we underspent by 139, and we're able to reduce that figure to 59 million during the year that ended March 2024. Which then takes me to question 4, the 59 million that we underspent with during the financial year that ended March 2024. And in the main contributing area was on the land acquisition, which also we discussed at length during the earlier discussions. For the land that we had identified, 2 main hindrances. The first one being the delay from the HDA side to conclude just the valuation process so that we can know how to proceed. By the time they concluded the process, we're already in the last quarter of the financial year, and even when we wanted to proceed, we could not proceed because of the discrepancies on the valuations. Also that we then requested a rollover on the amount that we could not spend. How are service providers blacklisted if they fail to provide services on time? When we appoint service provider, we enter into a service level agreement with them that outlines milestones that should be attained by a specific time frame. When the milestones are not reached, the first thing that we do, we issue a moral letter where we bring to the attention of the service provider the areas of non-compliant, and we give them enough time to then correct. If they do not then correct or catch up, we are not satisfied, we then either take 2 steps. We either terminate the contract or we reduce the units depending on their level of performance. We then start with the process on the intention to blacklist notice, where we then send to the service providers for them to make representations, and on the basis of the representation, we will then refer the matter to National Treasury if, in terms of the review of the reasons, we do think that that's a matter that we need to escalate. But broadly, that is the process that we follow. We have attached for the attention of the committee an annexure that indicate the list of the 8 contracts where we either had to reduce the scopes because of poor performance, or we had to terminate their contracts. The impact of the underspending on the achievement of planned targets and service delivery. Indeed, we could not acquire that land that was meant for human settlement projects, which means that we then have diverse implications in terms of our housing projects in well-located land in municipalities, because that is really what we are pursuing, integrated development. but we have, however, continued to evaluate other suitable lands for acquisition, but it does delay us in terms of providing housing in well-located land. Who are the responsible officials for the 59 million? No official in the department was responsible as the underperformance, and we had discussed it earlier on around the relationship with HDA and how we are managing it. But in the main, we could not hold any official in the department accountable for the delay. The actions that the executive authority took against the accounting officer, the EA did not take any action against the accounting officer because the underperformance was mainly due to delays from the Housing Development Agency. In relation to the CFO also, no action against the CFO, as the CFO does not have any role to play in the land acquisition process. Measures that the accounting officer has put in place to cap the recurrence is the technical steering committee that we have that will closely monitor and evaluate the project timelines when it comes to the milestones that we have provided the Housing Development Agency, and so that we can then begin to take corrective actions on time when we see that there are areas of possible poor performance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. Yeah, maybe a question on me. 2023-2024, where you are talking about the service providers existed. Have you, up to this far, maybe I can see that there is moral letters to non-compliant service providers, and therefore the department issues an intention to blacklist notice to the service provider, after which the service provider is given the opportunity and so on and so on. Maybe, I'm not sure if there are evidence or there are examples of such notices, or where you have written. I can see that you have terminated. However, 8 contracts experienced scope reduction and 2 were terminated. So are they, is it an extra K? Yes. Or maybe it's me who is mixing things?
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nefumbulon Tisi. On the underspending of the conditional grants, as reflected there, in A, why did the department underspending the informal settlement? There is a mention of inadequate planning capacity. So I want to know that since the department is doing this concurrence, even for the people who are being appointed at the municipalities, do you have in place now the procedure where all the people who passed the test adequately are the ones who are appointed? And those who could not do it on the testing are not forced to be appointed. And then the other one is again on the Housing Development Agency and the Musina and the Makado, you did mention that one of the contributing factors is the construction mafias in page 31 as a significant challenge. What the department is doing to prevent these construction mafias to disrupt the process or the construction process? Did you open cases so that it will never recur in future or so? And the last one, we have the development, the housing development delaying in Makado Musina. But again, you appoint them to look for another suitable land in Makado and Pulukwa, as per in page 31. Are we not risking again the delaying to have this project unfolding? Because you see, with this special economic zone, when the cabinet approved this a big project, we were over the moon, saying that the rate of unemployment among our youth and among our population in the area will be drastically reduced. But after years and years, there is a problem of environmental assessment, from one problem to the other. Some of the service providers were disrupted and also taken out of the work. But specifically, the work of the Housing Development Agency is making us suffering and getting poorer because of not moving with these projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other input or question? MEC?
Bioscope Makamu, MEC COGHSTA. Let me start by clarifying the concurrence matter which is there on the informal settlement upgrading partnership grant. It's not dealing with the appointment of municipal officials. Or in the corporate governance, the MEC gives concurrence when the municipality appoints senior managers. So this one, we were explaining that when we are to implement a project under informal settlement upgrading partnership grant, we do that with the concurrence of the municipalities, more especially your water service authority. In the 4th district, it will be the district municipality, but except Waterberg and Pulukwani, as it's a water service authority on its own. But what we made us to delay and underspend, and I want to use the example of Tulamela, and I think honorable members might have been seeing the development that is there in Tulamela, where you even go to Kalahari. But the development that is taking place there, if you check the water reticulation in that area, despite that they are next to Nandori, it's not there. Now we wanted to come and do such work. The Tulamela was not ready, the district was not ready, and we were taking long, and we had to relocate and say, hey, these people are not ready. We take the project, we go and give it to, say, Capricorn, and I'm talking about practical examples. We want to go to one area in Liwahome. We have got money, want to do, the municipality submits, a local municipality to the district to say, here, there's an area, we have got sites, they are not service, come and service. We go there, when our service providers start to do the work, they find that the area is service, so we did not even have proper plan. So you relocate again from Tulamela, it was in Liwahome, then you go to Villa Villa, and that will have been long. That's why you can see we're showing how we're poorly spending 139 to 159, and I will come to 159. Then we start to work and start on our own to even have projects which are called bulk, where a municipality or a district municipality will not necessarily have a bulk. We go there, want to do before we can even service, we will have done this so that we can be able to spend. So it's a work that we have learned a lesson. It was more of poor planning on our side, because we will say, let's go and service that area when we have not done thorough planning whether the project will be carried out there or not. And that's why the staff you see mentioned are necessarily from planning side. And that's why you see the report or the investigation. It was not necessarily first to punish people, was to say, why are we failing to spend on this grant? Hence, Treasury was helping us to look at the processes we are following to identify the gaps, and I think we have reached that. That's why, you see, the last financial year, it's only 59 million that we could not spend. And that 59 million was the money that was earmarked to purchase land. And I must also clarify, I know honorable member is coming from Musina Makado, but the land we're trying to purchase was not necessarily going to be purchased for Musina Makado SCZ to utilize for them. We have got the responsibility to say when Musina Makado thrives, human settlement of the people who will be employed there, we should have prepared for the settlement of people. So we're buying that land to want to provide for that. By the time EAs are completed and companies or factories are starting, we don't have a problem of lacking settlements there. That's what we're trying to do. But we could not buy. And it's exactly what we mentioned before, that with the task team that we have put, Treasury, Public Works, COGHSTA, we assess, we are avoiding the towards the issue. HDA will have evaluated the land, about 70 million. I'm just giving an example. We say, yeah, we are prepared, they've done. Treasury, we think you will pay, but let's hear what Public Works says. Public Works says, and they say, hey, this land to us is only 30 million, that worth. Then COGHSTA will not provide, continue with HDA figure, because that's what maybe the private owner will want. But when Public Works say that this land only worth, so that to avoid the another fruitless expenditure, that's where we could not spend money. It was mainly that we could not force to spend money where we are not convinced that that money will pay. What is it that we are doing to deal with construction mafias? We try at our early stages, and I can assure you opening cases for such things does not necessarily yield results. What we have started to do, the MEC takes it upon himself that when there is a project of COGHSTA, more especially on this, we go meet with the executive mayor, with the local mayor, where the project will take place, engage them and say, this is the project. What the law says about participation of local people, let the local people and talk to the people. Where they force and they want to do stand in cage, we go there and talk to the community to say, next time we're not coming with a project here, because people don't want to work, they don't want us to deliver services, they want to be paid money without doing anything. But we are getting into a process of more engaging at the initial stages so that people can know to avoid. But we are trying we are not risking to continue with the HDA on that matter, because we have not yet taken the powers from them. But we are not leaving them to run with the process without pushing them. But it's an area that we responded to about our relationship with the HDA, that given a chance, we want to reduce everything, come back to the department and do it ourselves. But we are noticing that giving them the responsibility of acquiring land does not necessarily help us, because we want these settlements that are there which will be utilized for human settlement. Chairperson, I think I can respond there, but the HOD maybe will want to add, and let me, through you, allow her to add. Over to you.
Do you want to make a follow-up?
Yeah, yes, I understand that the deferment of this amount of money was approved, because I think the problem was not necessarily on your own. But however, I just want to know inclusively how much the department returns to Treasury apart from the millions which are approved in terms of deferment. How much money in all items, if it is there, which was returned to Treasury?
MEC?
MEC Bioscope Makamu, MEC for COGHSTA. For the 2 financial years that we are handling here, the department has not lost a single cent to National Treasury. Instead, we got additional 250 for performance in the 2023-24 financial year.
Thank you very much, and I think Honorable Nambololo is satisfied with the answer. But MEC, you raise a very critical issue of planning. Remember, this morning when I was opening, I indicated that performance planning, monitoring, evaluation are key in the developing or creating a developmental state and ethical. So that aspect, through you, the MEC, the administrative mamas, because if you plan to fail, if you fail to plan, in fact you are planning, but you are planning to fail. And if you fail at that stage, then everything is going to be affected. So you just have to strengthen that part, and everything will just fall in place. And you see, you even meet target and everything. So we're just appealing to that, to say just that aspect of training that we've indicated. So if there are no questions, let's go to questions. Is it 6 and 7? 6, 7. 7.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Who can lead us? Seven, which year? 22, 23 is 7.
37.
And then the one is 6. Yes.
37.
Who is taking it?
Oh, I will take it, Chair.
Yeah.
My name is Thabo Mabotja, a member of the Standing Committee of Public Accounts. I will firstly deal with the 2022-2023 financial year. Question 7, dealing with achievement of planned target. Executing Authority. On paragraph 23 of the AG's report, the AG reports that the processes established to consistently measure and report achievements of the indicators were inadequate. Adequate supporting evidence was not provided for auditing. On paragraph 24, the overachievement of the reported achievement did not agree with the planned target. The supporting evidence indicated that the reasons to be exclusive of land acquired in Lephalale and not investment through acquisition of land in Lephalale and engineering services rollover projects as reported in the annual performance report. On paragraph 25, the AG could not determine the actual achievement on the number of job opportunities created through construction of houses and servicing sites. On paragraph 40, the AG reports that specific information systems were not implemented to enable the monitoring of progress made towards achieving targets, core objectives, and service delivery as required by Public Service Regulation 25, subsection 1E, Roman figure I and 1 and 2. Question A. Why did the accounting officer fail to provide adequate processes to measure and report achievements of indicators? B. Why did the accounting officer provide inadequate information regarding the achievement of planned targets on paragraph 24 and 25? Provide detailed explanations on each. C. Why did the accounting officer fail to implement specific information systems to enable the monitoring of progress made towards achieving targets, core objectives, and service delivery as required by Public Service Regulation 25(1), subsection E, Roman figure 1 and 2. D. Who are the responsible officials? E. What action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? F. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent this anomaly? Thanks, that's all in 22-23. I'll now move to question 6, page 34 of the 2023-24 financial year. It deals with the achievement of planned targets. Executive Authority. In paragraph 23 of the AG's report on Human Settlements Program, the AG could not determine if the reported achievement correct, as the process established to consistently measure and report achievements were inadequate. Adequate supporting evidence was not provided for auditing. Question A. What constituted the under and overachievement in this program? B. What was the impact of underachievement on service delivery? C. Who is the responsible program manager? D. What did the accounting officer take against the responsible program manager? E. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of that anomaly? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mauta. MC?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. MEC Makam, Bioscope Makamu, MEC for COGHSTA. Without any waste of time, let me allow the HOD and Accounting Officer of the Department to give the response for the questions as outlined by Honorable Mauta.
Thank you, Mujaji Malashela, HOD COGHSTA. In relation to A, why did the accounting officer fail to provide adequate processes to measure and report achievements of the indicators? Here, Chair and members, at the department, we did have processes to measure and report the achievements. However, there is one indicator, performance indicator, that relates to title deeds. This is a customized indicator from the National Department of Human Settlements, which all the provincial governments had to include in the APP. And during the auditing, it was found that there are challenges with this indicator in how it has been phrased by the sector, and as a result, the department was not able to change it, but then had to work with what was available. And also the current system that we use, the housing subsidy system, does not provide for the categories of the title deeds, because once we have the contracts and the work, we load it on that system, and it's a national system. And as a result, we are not able, as a province, not only Limpopo, the entire sector, to really deal with that indicator because of how it was phrased, but equally how the housing, the national housing subsidy system is also configured. On B, relating to inadequate information, in terms of the reported performance for Lephalale, indeed there was an overachievement of 7%, which was as a result of the land that we had managed to acquire in Lephalale, and the overachievement is supported by the deed of sale agreement that we have also then attached in the file as Annexure O. On the variance relating to targets as they relate to job creation, also there we also note the variance there. But in the main was that the variance was due to contractors that were utilizing regular labor which could not be replaced, but also that contractors would use different laborers, same laborers or rather, in different projects due to their experience. As a result, you'd find that despite the fact that this laborer is 1%, same ID number would have been used in different projects, and therefore in that way increasing the numbers. It's 1%, though the person will have had job opportunities in a number of projects. On C, on the specific information systems provided there, we just outline how we are monitoring and reporting on the job created through the SLAs that we have and the forms that are provided for all the laborers. But from a system point of view, is that two things need to happen. Contractors are requested to use that form with individual contracts for the laborers, but once we get the information, we then capture it on the Department of Public Works PWP reporting system, which is the system from which we then we have to pull our reports. But despite this system that is available, as indicated, the underachievement on jobs created really is because of a number of factors that continue to be a challenge. In some instances, it's because contractors have used foreign nationals that do not necessarily have work permits and cannot be counted as jobs created. Because when we look at the jobs, we need the IDs and so on. But also the point that I spoke to, where contractors would use the same labor force on different projects. But the measure that we are putting in place now is really to relook at the SLAs and see how best to address that challenge. Who are the responsible officials? The acting DDG that time, Mkhala Chief Director, Matunyan Chief Director, Makamu Director, Muja MM. Actions that were taken against the officials. No action was taken as the officials were not found to be at fault. Because firstly, on the technical indicator, it is a standardized national indicator, and therefore it could not be changed. But equally so, even the system that we use is a national system that we cannot use, we cannot change. Apologies. But on the job creation is because of the factors that I've spoken about around the laborers, the foreign nationals that are used, the laborers that are used in different projects, same people because of their skills, and therefore cannot be counted twice. Measures we have put in place. On the title deeds, there was a discussion. We engaged the National Department for the exclusion or the revision of the title deeds indicator, and as indicated in the earlier discussion, that indicator has now been revised, but we'll only start using it during the 2025-2026 financial year. But we have also started a process where we digitize submissions of directories by creating online files so that we can do in-year and annual performance review better. And lastly, we have just started a process to review the service level agreements, but that will be for the financial years 25-26, to include the minimum number of jobs to be created per contract, looking at the contract value, just so that even though the target might not be exact, we are not far behind. In relation to the year that ended March 2024, on the underachievement and the overachievement, the first indicator was on title deeds, where in terms of the between 1994 and 2014 title deeds, we managed to exceed the targets due to the relocation of properties from unworkable to workable areas. But for the remaining categories, which is one of the challenges we are dealing with, is that we underachieved. And the main reason for the underachievement is that the houses that we have constructed are in areas that are not fully proclaimed. The township establishment was done, but only up to layout level. If you have not done it up to proclamation, you are not able to issue a title deed, and that is why in the current financial year, we have 12 service providers that we have engaged to facilitate the proclamation of all the outstanding townships. And once concluded, it will give us over 7,000 sites, and we should then be able to, once a house is constructed, to be able to issue a title deed. But we have also established a database of conveyancers so that we can streamline the procurement processes. On page 35 there, we just is the table that then talks to the specifics in terms of the title deeds indicator. But I think earlier on we did discuss about the challenges and the work that is led that we are doing now to make sure that we pick up on this indicator. The impact of the underachievement on service delivery on title deeds obviously is a delay in terms of ownership tenure rights, the improved or secure tenure rights when we are delaying, and that is really a direct impact on that one. However, we did not, as I said, we did not necessarily lose the money because the money was redirected to the performing programs within the same grant while we are dealing with the town planning processes that we have to conclude in this instance. The responsible program managers, they're indicated there, the Deputy Director General, as well as the Director responsible for property management. Actions taken, actions have not been taken against the officials firstly because we did not lose money, but also because we could not do title deeds because the lands, the areas are not yet proclaimed. And as such, we could not then hold these officials accountable. The measures that we have put in place to prevent the anomaly, I think I've spoken about them, two of them, the service providers to do the proclamation of the township so that we can then be able to issue title deeds when we finish to construct, but also the fact that National has been engaged and the indicator has been subsequently been revised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Is there a question?
Straightforward.
Straightforward. Thank you very much. And then question 8 is only in 2022-2023. So if I can get somebody who can take it.
Yeah, let me check it.
Yes, annual financial statements.
Oh, she's taking it.
Oh, I will take it. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We are in file 31 March 2023. Question 8, in page 4. Annual financial statement. Executing authority on paragraph 35 of the AG's report. AG reports that the financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by the section 40 of 1 subsection A of the PFMA. Question A, why did the accounting officer submit the financial statement which were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by the section 40 of 1 subsection A and B of the PFMA? Question B, what action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? Question C, what action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and the senior managers? Question D, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Majorani. MEC?
Thank you, Chair. MEC by Scopa, MEC for COGHSTA. Let me allow the HOD and the accounting officer of the department to respond to the question as outlined by Honorable Majonga.
Thank you. Mujaji Malachela, HOD COGHSTA. On question A, on the quality of the financial statements, during the financial year under review, the department did not have adequate capacity due to a vacancy of the CFO position at the time of preparing and subsequently submitting the annual financial statements. And as a result of that, there were those challenges. The appointment of the CFO coupled with the establishment of the AFS review committee has then helped the department to improve in this area during the financial year 23-24. What action did the executive authority take? No action was taken against the accounting officer as the capacity has been improved by the appointment of the CFO and the establishment of the AFS review committee. Action taken against the CFO, no action was taken as the CFO was only appointed on the 1st of June 2023. But the improvement is that in the 23-24 financial year, we then did not have any finding on the annual financial statements. Measures that have been put in place, the first one was the appointment of the CFO, but also the establishment of the internal AFS review committee, as well as strengthening the relationship with the various assurance providers to make sure that we submit a quality annual financial statement to the Auditor General. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. MEC? Honorable Nambumulu?
Thank you, Chairperson.
On a letter note.
Yeah, I just want to know on the financial statement, do the department using the consultants or the personnel within the department for all these years, I fail to understand, or only if the CFO is not there, then you have to fault on the financial statement, because on the organogram of the department, I think you have a director, demand and what director reporting and so on, and I think those are the people with the relevant qualifications and so on. But the mere not appointing the CFO could be the reason why. So whether you were using the personnel within the department or you were using the consultancy. Thank you.
Thank you. Bioscope Makamu, MEC COGHSTA report. I think the question, Honorable Chair, can be answered in a manner that it could not be administrative. The fact that the CFO takes responsibility in preparing, and I think the PFMA will say the accounting officer is responsible, but having this CFO, you may have, in the previous, we had some people who are at the level of chief director will be there, but in our case, the person who was even acting as a CFO was not even at the chief director level, was at the director level. So the person who is at the director level will have certain skills that are required, and we have to live with that situation because we did not have. But at the same time, it's exactly that we have not used any consultant in the preparation of annual financial statements. But you will be able to see the mechanism. Even now, when there is a CFO capable, we have established Annual Financial Statement Review Committee, wherein those people you are referring to, they sit now inputting when it's being prepared, because it will go to the CFO to prepare. But the figures which will be there will have to be owned by these directors, which also sit with him, even people who are coming from human settlement on the issue to say, is it true that the amount that we have spent on this project is this amount of money, they get to be confirmed. So we have put mechanism, hence it is no longer there in the preceding year. And I think to us, it's where we are telling ourselves that we are now starting to eliminate some of the findings with a view that if we can clear the AFS, we are going to focus on the supply chain issues. We are going to focus on the issue of spending of the grants. Then we are going somewhere to can have our clean audit. Honorable Chairperson, I think it's hearing that I'm summarizing the strategy and how we are going to handle these issues to come where you want us to be. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is that a follow-up?
Yeah, just.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Tempo Mruntisi. Yeah, I have to commend the department, especially of not using the consultants, using the personnel within the department. But however, MEC, what are you doing at the municipalities where you appoint CFO and still they are using consultancy to compile an annual financial statement? The money which is supposed to go to the service delivery, we pay for the services which could have been done by the CFO who were appointed at that particular municipalities. Actually, specifically for all your municipalities, if you have a number that 20 are no longer using consultancy, only 5 or 6 are left. But actually, what are you doing to the municipality, as you are doing a very good job to your direct department? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. MEC?
Scopa Makamu, MEC COGHSTA. We do have what we call the use of consultant reduction strategy, which we are working very closely with the provincial treasury in the province. We are even starting to target some of the municipalities which we can see they are lacking on a small issues to can do their own financial statement. We do have municipalities. The one that is coming to my mind as you are asking, Makudu Tamaka, they are doing their own financial statements internally. I have seen the municipality that has been seriously number one, if not in the province, of the use of consultant in the form of Mukhala Kwena local municipality. Now they prepared their own financial statement. They hired somebody who is a specialist in the preparation. So we are looking at that. We are even evaluating or analyzing a municipality which has appointed a consultant but still get either a same audit outcome or even a worse audit outcome, and say in your contract or service level agreement, if you appoint somebody to help you and you don't get that help, recover the money because you did not get value out of that. So we are busy working with our municipalities in trying to reduce that. But I must say that what Honorable Machete raised long to say, even when you say you are doing capacity building for 2 to 3 days, what matters is the qualification and the capacity that somebody has acquired when he went to school, whether this person who was appointed has. I'm not boasting, Honorable Chair. When my CFO was responding to some, without being told, you can tell that the CFO appointed by COGHSTA is somebody who is equal to the task. It's possible to get a CFO, you have it, but the person is not necessarily equal to the task that has been appointed for the position that he has. And I see we are even starting to want to analyze the BTO, Budget and Treasury Office in municipalities, because it's only, like the question you asked before, it's not only the CFO. If the CFO has got managers who can't do anything, it will just be nothing, including the consultant. If they come at the last end, baggage in, baggage out. So what they would have done the entire financial year, they will just pay money to the consultant without changing the outcomes, because the information that is there did not have anybody to do. We are now even encouraging our municipalities to do what we call quarterly financial statements, which our department is now doing, just to want to track all. So you don't spend the whole months working day in, day out to prepare a financial statement when you could have done on a quarterly basis. So these are some of the things we are trying to help municipalities to say, don't wait for your consultant. That's why the money is even too huge, because they come and do a lot of work when you have not been doing anything throughout the year. But I can take that we are working on it to make sure our municipalities reduce the use of consultants. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. On the issue of consultant, because you raised it, is a very serious issue, and those consultants consume a lot of money. And I think we must have a way of regulating that, because we are aware that the law allows for consultants, like you are saying, but they must be able to transfer the skills, so that if they are there for a year or two, when they leave, then they will know that the municipality has a capacity to continue. But in this case, as we are speaking now, they are just full-time employees of the municipalities, and it means, because we have got the CFOs and the officials in the municipalities, now we've got a double packing of two. In the case there's a consultant, we've got officials doing the same thing. So it erodes the public funds which were supposed to be giving services to the people. So we are recommending, in fact, that as COGHSTA, just come up with a way of raising the very same issue in the first place, to say let's not normalize the use of consultants. Let's use them as an intervention strategy. And the intervention strategy must have clear guidelines, what must be done up to when, so that there must be timelines. And from there, we assess the progress, and then we release them and we continue with our own officials. The last question? Question 9 in here, and then question 7 in 2024.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Tempumbruni Tusi. Question 9 in page 41 for the year ended 31 March 2023. Other reports. Executing authority on paragraph 54 of the AG's report. The AG reports that the National Treasury appointed an external service provider to investigate allegations of progress deliverables and the financial management of the department's major housing project at the request of the department, which covers the period 2016-2017 to 2021-2022 financial years. The investigation was concluded on the 30th September 2022, and they recommended further investigations of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure and disciplinary proceedings against the implicated officials. These proceedings were in progress at the date of this auditor's report. On paragraph 55, the National Treasury appointed an external service provider to investigate an allegations of irregular appointment of one service provider on the database for engineering consultancy to conduct geotechnical investigations, designs, and install engineering services at the request of the department, which covered the period 2018-2019 to 2021-2022. The investigation was in progress at the date of this auditor's report. Then, question number 1, provide the detailed reports into the two investigations. That is the only questions. Then in the financial year ended on the 31st March 2024, in page 36, marked question 7. The executive authority in paragraph 47, the AG reported that the National Treasury appointed an external service provider to investigate allegations of progress, deliverables, and financial mismanagement of the department's major housing projects at the request of the department, which covered the period 2016-2017 to 2021-2022. The investigation was concluded on 30 September 2022 and recommended further investigations into the fruitless and the wasteful expenditure and disciplinary proceedings against the implicated officials. These proceedings were in progress at this auditor's report. However, in paragraph 48, the AG reported that the National Treasury appointed an external service provider to investigate all allegations of irregular appointment of one service provider. Further, in line with the recommendations in the report, letters have been written to the respective employers of the former head of department, former acting head of department, to note the report, but to also pursue disciplinary proceedings where necessary, in line with section 16B(4) of the Public Service Act. The Housing Development Agency has also been given the report. Question A, what action did the accounting officer take against the responsible officials? B, which is the last one, even for the day, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent this anomaly?
Thank you very much. MSC?
Thanks very much, Chairperson. And MEC Bioscope Makam, MEC COGHSTA. I must acknowledge, Chair, I'm becoming it's becoming hectic now. Let me allow the HOD to respond to the questions as outlined by Honorable Nempumbulu Luchisi. If there will be follow-up, we'll come to them. Over to you, HOD.
Thank you, Mujaji Malahlela, HOD COGHSTA. Indeed, there are two reports, Chair, members of the Scopa, that we had requested National Treasury to support the department on, and they have been duly concluded and they submitted to the department. The first report is on the investigation on Marapong CRU. We had a bit of a discussion around the project earlier on, but we have also then provided a summary of the key findings of the investigation and the recommendations thereof, but in the main it points to insufficient planning before commencing with the project and insufficient or inadequate rather project management during the implementation, and a number of departmental officials as well as officials from the Housing Development Agency, as the agency that had started with the project, were identified, and there were recommendations that corrective action should then be taken. And in line with those recommendations, in terms of the first one, the official was the former HOD of the department, and to that effect, a letter has been written to the National Department, and the report also duly submitted for processing by the department. The same approach was taken also with the the Housing Development Agency, and also with the LIDET as the acting former HOD of the department now is under the auspices of Audit. But in relation to the official that is still in the department, where there were indication of gross dereliction of duty, negligence, and prejudicing administration, there was a disciplinary process that was taken. The official pleaded guilty and was issued with a sanction of 1 month suspension without salary. The other former official, there was no action that was taken as that official is no longer in the employ of the state. The measures that have been put in place to address the anomalies include, as it relates to Marapong in particular, the department subsequently signed the correct version of the JBCC. We also recalled, as we indicated earlier, the project from HDA and is managed internally, and we have one principal agent that is now monitoring the project, and as a result, the project is now proceeding well. The other element that came from the investigation as well was possible fruitless and wasteful expenditure on the project, and currently the investigation is underway in the department but by the Anti-Fraud and Corruption Unit, and once that has been concluded, the remedial action will be undertaken. On the other investigation regarding the appointment of engineering consulting engineers for geotechnical investigation, Chair, is one area that also Chair mentioned earlier that we should have summarized the recommendations of the report. We also do take note of that. But both reports have been concluded by National Treasury, and the department is now implementing the recommendations. In relation to question 7 for the financial year that ended March 2024, on the action that was taken is the same as what I have just read, because it relates to Marapong, and therefore, Chair, I will not talk to A. But in terms of the measures that the accounting officer put to prevent the anomaly, the one other area, and it talks to the issue around capacity, was that the department initially did not also have sufficient engineers, and one other intervention that has been made in the department, considering the mandate of the department, is that we have now appointed 3 professional engineers to add to the internal capacity, which will then help also to monitor such big engineering projects. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me see. Any question?
So, okay, this department is big.
Be allocated. Yeah, that was the last question. And thank you very much, MEC, for responding and doing due diligence to the question, all the questions. We hope that we were able to get information that we can come to a particular conclusion, and we can be able to recommend to the House on the resolutions, so that we are able to improve everything. We want to see a situation where all the departments in the province have clean audits. That is our main focus. But not only a clean audit, but even with all the officials complying. We don't want the AG to raise the issue of irregularity, wasteful, and all those things. And we also want to see service delivery happening, because these things you can't separate them. You can't be able to balance cents and rents, but there's no a visible program, or there's no visible implementation on the ground. So if we can be able to achieve all those things, I'm telling you, the Popo is going very far. Back to the agenda, I think as we were discussing, we're dealing with question, agenda item number 5 and 6, because we were able to deal with recommendations, and I hope you were noting. Now we are on number 7. If we can give the AG a chance to comment.
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, at one stage I was listening attentively on a lighter note to the CFO as he was articulating with reasonable precision the situation around trade progression. You know, if I may mention it, at some stage in his previous life, he was with AGSA. You know, I was talking to myself, you know, quietly to say, this one looks like he crossed the floor with some of our trade secrets. So also when you were saying, they used to force us, to disclose. But when we audit according to what is there. So the amendment of the regular expenditure, the framework, yes, it allows you, so we can give you space. Because yes, indeed, you see, we may be having a very good system in Pretoria for when we do the CAS, you know, computerized auditing, whatever techniques. So what the system does, you know, it can interact with a number of systems. But the danger is we don't have control over the accuracy of the data. One example is the CIPC, you know, where the system will go there and say, this person is a director here. But sometimes when people resign, it looks like that institution takes long to update. That's why when we get an exception, we don't run with it. We give it to you as a comma for you to confirm. But we realize that sometimes it takes longer. That before we conclude the audit, you will still be busy. That's why I think the National Treasury also was informed by incidents like this to make that amendment, you know, just to make life easier so that we don't nudge you, CFO, to be making certain disclosures to avoid a qualification on your audit report. And I think in your presentation, Honorable MEC, at some stage, you wanted us to confirm that in the area of financials, you are doing very well. And indeed, as a team, you are doing very well because you are able to achieve the status where you are financially unqualified. But not only that, you achieve that without requiring a material adjustment. So that's what we need to see happening. So if you can sustain this, and when I was listening, it looks like you've put sufficient measures to make sure that you sustain it, and then you can move to focus on the other two somewhat problematic areas. And now I'm giving you some silver bullets, you know, to deal with these obstacles which are making it difficult for you to get to your desired, you know, clean audit outcome. Now you've got still a problem, an issue with compliance, but if you try to unpack it, in the main, there are these findings on supply chain. Some of them, and you're wondering, Honorable MEC, to say, but panels, you know, this is a good initiative. Now we can spend. But now, this initiative comes with other problems. The implementation, how you do it. We've seen on other entities also helping them, now they can spend 100% of the budget. But when you go, because everything that you do we must be able to audit. Because auditing itself is evidence driven. So when you audit these panels, not in your department, you find that they've got like 20 service providers, but when work is being allocated, it's only the 5 who are benefiting. And then when you say, can you give me the criteria you use? You can't find it. So that's why then it becomes a problem. We can see what they are doing, the consultants, the workers of good quality, but give us a criteria. The others 15, why for the whole year, maybe moving to the next year, you're not giving them work. So those are the kind of things you need to focus on to make sure that compliance, and I think you can also turn to other, you know, assurance providers, and I see, I think the PAG is here, because you've got the internal audit through the audit committee. Perhaps they can look at certain areas affecting compliance and an audit of performance, not that time in May when you are about to submit the financials. But if you, I don't know, I've not seen their program, you know, with their annual coverage plan. But if certain things can be done earlier during the course of the year, I know some of the things I may be oversimplifying, but you know, performance information, you report about your targets and indicators, and then you've got your portfolio of evidence. If that can be audited, you know, very well during the course of the year, you get your findings. So I'm talking about you having those preventative and detective control so that things can happen and you cleanse your data even before we come. Then at the end of the year, when the MEC will be looking at the team that must give clean audit, it's no longer going to be looking on the right, but will be looking at the left. Because you are the team who are supposed to deliver that claim to him. We just come to confirm it. You know, but I've been engaging with some mayors now, when we do the MFMA. Now when they target clean, they don't get it. One mayor said in a meeting, but Charlie, why do you hate me so much? You don't want to give me the clean. Just do what is required, then you'll get the clean. Yeah, Chairperson, thank you so much. I know it has been a long day, but I think it was a fruitful kind of an engagement.
Thank you very much, AG. For Provincial Treasury, we are back. You have, I know most of the part of this deal is not there, but let's just check if you can give us one or two.
Good afternoon, Precious Menya, PhD. Chair, thank you so much. And my apology, it took long. Our session with the chairpersons and the MEC and the entire audit committee cohort, but we are glad that our strat plan went well. I might have missed a number of issues, but I will get the briefing. We will continuously support the department chairperson. As I have done the briefing in the morning, we are putting them next in the clean audit. They are supposed to attain a clean audit. As you may have heard, that we are having one of the best CFOs. I see the AG is singing praises. So soon we should be getting clean audits, and with the support that we have from the Honorable MEC, we are certain that we are going to attain it. But thank you very much, Chair, for all the guidance and the questions and the inputs. We will go back as administration and implement. Thank you.
It is not a wish. In fact, it's an instruction. You must just not misunderstand the tone. It's an instruction that, and we are saying so because we see the capacity to go to that. That you must have to work very, very hard. And I think on one or two advices and inputs that you got, we can do it. So, number 8, comments by the MEC.
Thank you, MEC Bioscope Makam. Chair, I must just first acknowledge the members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts for the follow-up questions. You know, when we came here, we have heard the prepared questions which came from the researchers, which was also comment for the good work. It really probed where you could say it touched the nerve when we were dealing with them. It's something that the AG, as I commend them as well for the support, it's exactly what we were raising ourselves to say, but this does not need anybody to come and resolve it. So the issues you have been raising, I can assure you, Chairperson and members, that we are going to work on it seriously so. We are aware that we have improved at a particular level, but there are areas which we still have to do more to do that. I think the PAG, as I also greet you, says, the HOD might have already spoken to you of my intention to want to meet with the audit committee so that they can be able to add value to some of the areas we think they can help us to deal with them. TC, Honorable TC said that, hey, this is a big department. When I'm tired, I go home. Chairperson, I don't call this a department. I say I'm running government as well. Because traditional affairs there, human settlement there, corporate governance there. So if you want to mention about one word what I'm doing, you can't do it. But at least from health, they can do to say, oh, we're doing health matters. Hey, we're doing education matters. So there, it's a lot of things. So, but we are determined. I can promise you, Chair, that we will come back with an improved issues. We are going there. We are all focusing on the clean audit to fight for. It's not an easy thing, but it's something that if we miss, everybody will acknowledge that there's work that has been done. But also the resolutions, as they come or date back, we are trying to push them so that we can resolve them. So I don't think this was just an ordinary engagement with us. It is something that we are going to take forward. As the instructions, just from the first one, cut-off date 15, we will have done something, we will have a proof as we come back here that we've done as we were instructed. And I take the instruction and the support the AG will give that we should be able, out of this team, produce the clean audit. But we don't only want to fight for clean audit. We want also to fight for clean governance. That will also talk to service delivery on the ground. It should not be the monetary part that speaks, but also on the impact on the ground, we should be able to achieve that. Thanks very much for the opportunity. They were not necessarily friendly like I know them in other areas, but I think the questions assisted us to, more especially the follow-ups, to prepare more and do more at our workstation. Thanks, Nalebo.
Thank you very much, MEC. Item number 9 is talking to the way forward, and I think as and when we were discussing, we were even giving the way forward, but I just want to highlight one or two issues that I have noticed, or as we're discussing, many of us were hinting on it. Firstly, let me indicate the issue of planning. We spoke about it, that indeed let's strengthen our planning and strategic planning so that we are able to have a smart, we must be smart in our planning and monitor the implementation of our project. Our agencies must comply and must never disappoint you like they are doing, delay a lot of project, causing unnecessary irregular expenditure. So they must be accountable for all their actions, and we want to see one day when you will be indicating in your report that you have taken action against the agency. I don't know what law will be allowing you to deal with that, but just find something. I don't think there's anybody or any structure that can just operate outside the law, not taking responsibility. The other issue is the issue of also, I mentioned as we're discussing, contract management. Let's manage our contracts so that we don't incur irregular expenditures because of the bidders who are abandoning the project, coming to have another one and all those things. I know that there hasn't been much raised on that, but I'm just cautioning you because it's a common issue in most of the department. I've also noticed that non-compliance is a challenge. Most of the irregular expenditure, wasteful is non-compliance. Let's close that particular gap. And whereby those who have interest or officials are not disclosing when they're dealing with and bidders themselves, they're not also disclosing because they think that they can be disadvantaged. In fact, they are not thinking that they will be disadvantaged. They know what they want to be advantaged. In fact, the reason why they are not disclosing, they want to be unfairly disadvantaged. So the issue of internal control be strengthened as well. So these are some of the things that we've noticed, and many others, of course, like you were noting, you'll be able to have a. When I started, I said, as Scopa, we're going to have quarterly meetings, and in our quarterly meetings, our expectation, like I said when I was summarizing question 1, especially on the resolutions, we want to trace them quarterly. We'll want to trace them quarterly. I think when we are going to be invited, we we want to see how far are you with all those issues that we're raising, the advices, were you able to move, and then so that by the end of this year we are able to clear all or almost all those who are with difficulties, then we'll be able to single out and we know what advice can we source so that we deal with everything. So, and as of other issues that we raise, let's not wait for the hearing next year to come and say we are implementing. I mean, even before they are adopted by the House, there are resolutions. As and when we're going to sit down and develop resolution to the House, the issues that we've raised will be part of the resolutions, and we are going to account next year. But please don't wait for next year when we receive the questions from Scopa. You must know that we've got this gap. Let's close and just at least have evidence. And when we come to that session, already just from your archives, we have dealt with this one, we've dealt with this. By the time we come to appear again, we have dealt with all those resolutions. We don't have any resolution that is outstanding. But we just want to thank everybody who participated today in this public hearing, especially you MEC and your entourage. We have seen the commitment and the energy in trying to give information as much as you sometimes just saying we provide, but I think you've given the information to the best of your ability. And where you couldn't have answers or couldn't have attachment, for example, you promise that it will be forwarded, and we really appreciate that. So we want to thank the Department of COGHSTA. We want to thank the members of Scopa, the chairperson of the committee, of the portfolio committee, Honorable Spuru, the staff of the legislature, our AG representative, our representative from the provincial treasurer. We really appreciate your patience. We know that today we are having the SONA, and all of us, we want to be at home by the time the president starts to speak. And I believe we're still having some time, so that is why we don't want to take a long time. We really appreciate, and I think announcements.
Thank you very much. The reason to refresh our audits for the long day that we spent here, and in the event that someone leaves without consuming tea, the HOD will receive a fruitless and wasteful expenditure invoice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and this session is officially closed.